Hey, I'm back, and hope everyone's having a good day. Finally back at it with another Salty Smackdown, or used to be called Saturday Smackdown, but I'm not going to be doing it only on Saturdays anymore. I'm going to be using my stick to be playing them Fighting Herds, so see how well I do. Game's pretty good, all things considered. Well, no, it is pretty good. From what I've played so far, which is mostly just tutorial, but we'll see how the online works. Might just have to make a lobby. I might just do that instead. Is there any way I can make one? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Sure. Yeah, it's because I have the copy of Blade's Potential Fiction, so I get to have these too. I'm not really sure. I also have Skullgirls as well, so I get to have these too. In fact, I'll just go with this. Sorry, this is so awkward. I was not prepared for this. And she's going to kill us all. Okay, that's funny. I guess I'll go with this. I think I might have to adjust my online settings. Yeah, that's not ideal. This is no bueno, dude. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to leave. Yeah. This is just way too laggy. Alright, what's classic lobby? Oh, this is where I can create a lobby. Okay. Wait, what's 4? As you can see, I still don't really understand how my stick works. Hold on. Oh. Okay, so 4 is this button. Public. Why is everything so slow? What's going on? Hold on, let me check something. I wasn't playing this slowly before. No, that's working correctly. Okay. Well, the game is still under development, so can't gotta be patient with it. This is kind of pointless. Yeah. There's literally no one in here. Okay. Our servers, let's see. Let's try this one. I don't see, yeah, the West Coast. Yeah, that loaded a lot faster. Yeah, I read the description of some of the modes in this game, and this is supposed to be the salt mines, but I'm not really sure how it works. Okay. So based off of the gameplay I've seen of this mode, it pretty much involves fighting NPCs and players, question mark. But you pretty much collect salt, and that's either through fighting creatures or digging for it. I guess right now I'm just going to explore. Oops, did not mean to do that. Alright, it's obvious I need some sort of tool to break those stones. Okay. So there's no pickaxe offered there, or sledgehammer or anything. No tools. Trying to find it elsewhere. I don't have any, so I guess I can't go inside. See some salt crystals there, but oh wait, no. Well, the tutorials didn't mention anything about how to play this stuff, so. Hey, there's a chest there. Is it okay if I open this? Oh. Sure.
Take your pick. Paprika.
Yes, I want you to carry here.
Ready? Fight!
Slag. I think that's an overhead.
Round 2. Fight!
Yeah, this connection's not. It's not adequate.
Perfect. Final round. Fight. Player 1 wins.
Wait. I don't understand. I lost. Why was I still given salt? I don't understand. I lost. I shouldn't have been given that. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it, but... Is that just a freebie or something for just trying? I have no idea. This game is strange. What does that icon mean? What's going on here? Oh, they're idle. Okay. Okay, well, I still don't have something to break that stone or whatever. Can I just spectate this? No, apparently I can't do anything. So very strange. So how do I break stuff? Like stones and such to good, or salt crystals? I don't understand. Is there a tutorial for this mode? Hold on, let me check to see. Confirm and interact. Options menu, player list, text chat, talk, or menu. Well, if I want to interact with anything, I just press the same one button, or the number one button. Nothing's happening though. Okay. There's nothing here either. Just so lost. I'll figure it out though. Alright, well, I was able to swim in that water, so let me see where that leads to. Oops. That's 4. Those two have been at it for a while. Maybe I'm just in the wrong server. I don't know. Back, yeah, let me check to see if that could just be it. Let's start matchmaking. Whoops.
Take your pick.
That's not what I want. But it's good to know that you can just skip over to these other modes. Yeah, mined salt, banked salt. I mean, besides just buying things with the salt, what else am I supposed to do? Yeah, sure. I'm hoping that the thing will be better.
Take your pick.
Because rollback-based netcode can only do so much.
I hope you have been keeping up with your training.
Ready? Fight!
Yeah, there's still way too much delay. Oops.
No more games.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Now it's my turn. Well done. Again. Cyclone fire kick. Turn wins. I see.
KO.
You're not a warrior yet. You have much to learn.
Final round. Fight.
Now it's my turn. You worthy opponent.
KO. Paprika wins.
I swear I don't know what I'm doing.
Rematch?
Nah. No, I'm good. Gonna be sportsmanlike. Let me go ahead and leave this lobby and see if there's another one I can go to. So this is probably where I have to go to if I want to play against other players. Yeah, but there's no servers coming up. Do I have to go back? Yeah, I think I do. There we go. Okay, just have to refresh the mode. This one's got better ping. There's no one playing. I guess that doesn't really matter right now. Yeah, the rest of these are a bueno. I try this one. Alright, the ping should be slightly better. Still have no idea what I'm... There is no ranked mode either. I mean, there's a pseudo ranked mode through casual matches, but otherwise though, I guess whatever rank you get right now doesn't really thing. Huh, weird. Apparently I took my hat off. Whoops. Sorry about that. I had the alerts off. Yes, easy handling. Yes, I am. And thank you for being in chat. And thank you for the follow. Oh man, I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm hoping that's okay. Normally I don't have to worry about my system struggling to render the game. If I'm playing an online game, but I guess I might be doing too much. What is this, Undertale or something? Hi, Grillbees? What's going on? Maybe I shouldn't be doing this or something. I don't know. Yeah, how are you doing, Easy Handling? I guess today is quiet. Yeah, I guess you're... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. What is today? What, Saturday? Yeah, I guess everyone else is having fun outside and having plans for the weekend. I'm over here struggling to figure out how this game about ponies work. But I like what I've played so far. Quite a lot. I just oh, there's ice physics. Yo, I'm sliding. I'm sliding. Nice. Yes, I did do the tutorials. I just don't know if there's a tutorial about pixel lobbies, but I can show it off. I made sure to do the tutorials twice, once with Oleander, like the game does on default, and the second time with Paprika. So yeah, I did it with Paprika, but again, I don't know if there's a tutorial on pixel lobbies and salt mines. Yeah, I'm just not saying anything about that. Maybe I should check the Discord. There's probably more information there. Okay, well. At this point, I think it's best that I don't mess with the online. Instead, I guess I'll just do story mode. We'll do this. In that case, we turn on Oh. Chronology. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks, Easy Hanley. I hope the game didn't crash. Oh no. I don't like this. Who's strong? Family. Oh no. Is there a way I can, yeah. Let me do this, next time. Story mode is good, the intro is really long though. Okay, whatever. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, let me mess around with online mode a little bit more, and I guess for, if I get to play another 2 or 3 matches, I'll mess with story mode. So, online, casual match. Yeah, I'm not used to the game just finding people to play against for me. Typically, I'm just used to going into a lobby and just selecting particular people to play against or something. I know in Skullgirls, you can do that, or you can spectate matches. But for some reason, though, in Skullgirls, you can't really select the order in which players can go play against each other. And there are some other things, but anyways. And you can go to local and enter arcade mode. Matchmaking still running. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Whoops. Set it out. Back. Local arcade mode. Do this.
Take your pick.
Okay, yeah, so it's still queuing.
Can we just talk?
Ready? Fight!
Okay, so at this point, if the game's running this slowly, it's not due to lag or ping. I might have to adjust some settings. Yeah.
Please.
Let me go ahead and do that then. Ooh boy, wow. The game was just running fine when I'm not streaming, but for some reason now, when I have OBS on, it's just, everything's slowing down, but let's see. Yeah, let's crank this down to 1280 by 720. Oh, that's just windowed. There we go. Dang. I've seen some people say that, or online anyways, if you have VSync off, it helps with input delay. Let's put that on. Okay. Hopefully that'll help. Formats. 2D backgrounds also help. Okay. Options. Video. 2D. Okay. Alright, now let's test it. Oops. Local, arcade, and horn.
Take your pick.
Yeah, it's starting to run a little smoother.
All right, weirdo. Don't sighting warn you.
Round 1.
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh. Huh, still a little choppy. That's alright. That's still better than nothing. Should really stop throwing that attack out. Alt F4 for sweet. What? Last word is hacks. Actually, I think I know what the root of the problem is. I might have to turn some of these animations off from my overlay. Okay, cool. See, I've been following this game since its early access. I had to learn how to program animate from scratch. Yeah, no kidding. The only reason why I even heard about this game was just because the developers behind sFightin'Herds, they're pretty much using the same engine as that Skullgirls was based off of. I don't know if the same development team was working on this game. Lab Zero, I think. That's what they're called, but yeah, the engine is definitely something that I would like to see more titles mimic certain features from. For example, sorry. For example, in a lot of BlazBlue titles still, even Central Fiction, for some reason, there's no frame data or hitbox display, hurtbox displays in training mode at all. Even though BlazBlue's been around since 2010, and Skullgirls has been around since, I think, 2013. So, I don't know. Don't get me wrong, I think it might just be an issue with, as Sajam said, it might just be an issue with Eastern developers just not really paying attention to what Western developers doing, but yeah, I mean, I appreciate this game engine a lot, and I'm really glad that this game is based off of it instead of just something else like whatever Arc System uses. They're different teams, but yeah, they were doing it. This engine from Skullgirls many years ago. Some of the third game. That's great. That's great. Rollback netcode and such too, so must. Glad that they carried that over from Skullgirls, but
Y'all were cruising for a honeymoon. Final round.
this is hard, talking and streaming at the same time. But I appreciate the opportunity to do it. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, rollback netcode is also implemented just like in Skullgirls. Skullgirls had a character roster of 9 characters on its initial release, and this one, sFightin'Herds has 6. But I think Shanty will make 7. So it's got me wondering if there's going to be more characters developed and released over years instead of, say, a few months of development. Because I know in some other publishers and development teams, not just Arc Systems, but NetherRealm Studios does that too, where they'll release some DLC characters every other month or so. But I mean, this isn't an indie team developing this game after all, so I'm not gonna really expect them to just release something at that rate. Yeah, let me go ahead and do something. The devs say they want to make more characters for Rhino. They're focusing on fishing story mode. Oh, okay. In that case, I'll just play what they've made. Let me try something real quick though. I really hate being unprepared, but this is becoming a really big issue. I'm hoping I can edit this while I'm streaming. I'm not going to turn chat off or anything. I'm just going to turn off the animations that are going on right now. Let's see, let me get rid of this for now, and this too. Okay. Let me just save. Is that good? Okay, I'd at least turn that off, so let's see how well the game performs now. I'm hoping that did something. Yeah, since apparently no one's going to be really playing online, I might as well just play story mode. Let's see. Story. Oh. I guess that shouldn't matter since I'm not going to be playing online. Wait, I didn't turn off. Yeah. How do I... Let's see, how do I turn this? Oh, that's it, okay. Yeah, new game, media. Yesterday at this time there were about 20 people plus a separate online tournament, about 12 people. Hey, that's a lot. That's pretty impressive though. I mean, you got an upstarting game like this, pretty much catering towards a specific, I wouldn't say fandom, but more so a community. And you have that many people playing, spectating and so on. That's impressive to me. But I'm wondering though, about 20 people. Oh, it's an online tournament. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that's still impressive though. I definitely need to tune in to the tournaments and such of this game. Not just to learn the game, but also just learn the community members behind it, I should say. So, capital Tundra, one of the many nations in the world of. I'm gonna do something I normally don't do. I'm gonna go ahead and read the text. I know some Let's Players like Manly Badass Hero does that. I personally don't, just because I personally don't like it when people read out loud to me, because I obviously can read. But for the sake of filling in the silence of no voice work and such, I'll just read. So, Who's Strong, Family Lodge, outskirts of Renee City, capital of the Tundra, one of the many nations in the world of... I don't know. For the first time in countless generations, the Phonem Council of Elders has been reformed and now convenes to discuss a matter of utmost urgency. A lot of people donated to Kickstarters because they were fans of Lauren Faust. Right. She was, Lauren Faust was the original creator of the My Little Pony 2010 series. I wouldn't necessarily say she was the main cause of the Brony fandom, but nevertheless, though, I personally watched the My Little Pony show as well. If nothing else, out of curiosity of what the community surrounding that show was about. It was really, how should I say this? It was a lot better. The show was a lot better than you would expect it to be for a show that was about essentially plastic pony dolls. He was president of this games company for a long time. Wow. Okay. There is a particular animation YouTuber, Pan Pizza from Mobile Taxi. I was hear him talk about Lauren Faust and her husband. I don't know if they're still married, but I think her husband's name is Craig McCracken or something like that. Anyways, he never mentions this though, despite talking about video games too. Yeah, president of this games company. Wow. The more you know, huh? For the first time in countless generations, the Phonem Council of Elders has been reformed now convenes. Oh, I already read that. My bad. Fellow ungulates? I'm just gonna pronounce it ungulates. Fellow ungulates, even and odd toad alike. We, the appointed elders of our nations, are gathered here today to discuss the disturbing rumors that have been circulating across all of Phonem. To bring truth to the matter, the council has been asked to hear testimony from I'm assuming that's a survivor. Step forward, young foal. Thank you, Chief. Ma'am. Yeah, he was the one who coined the title for this game. It's supposed to be called Stampede. Ah, okay. Stampede. But they do use the word Stampede, though, when announcing when a round begins. So I guess that's just a reference to that. Stampede. It's got me wondering, though, because I'm looking at this art right now. Are the development team going to be designing new characters based off of any and all quadrupedal species? Because that's what it's looking. Ryan Foss, Lawrence Burr, with descriptive story mode. Oh, okay. Wow. So they pretty much have a personal investment into this project. Okay. I guess the real question is right now on my mind is, besides streaming this game, how do I support the devs? Buy merchandise and I guess show it off on social media. Yeah, all new characters going to be ungulates, hoot animals. Oh, so it's specifically hoot animals, not just quadrupedals. Okay. Do not be frightened, child. Take a deep breath. Tell us what you saw. Yes, ma'am. I was back home in the savannah. It was early in the morning, before the sun came up. I was out playing with the fireflies. They come to visit this time of year, but my mom says I'm not allowed to go out with them at night. You buy merchandise, get the game, to others, buy the soundtrack. Yeah, definitely buy the soundtrack. I really like the menus theme, definitely. Dynamic soundtrack, though. I keep trying to figure out how that works. Is it based off of which characters are playing on what stage, or just solely which characters are playing against which other characters? No, that would be too complicated if it also involved the stages. Maybe it's just character matchups? No. I'll have to do a little more research on that. We went through the tall grass, all the way to the watering hole, then. Ghosts. Big, scary, pointy-nosed ghosts with long, shaggy coats. Only I could see right through them. That's what I said, and their hooves were so strange. They were soft. They didn't make any sound at all. There's dynamic music that the characters select for both player 1 and player 2. Yeah, that much I did notice. Then each stage has a variation based on which character's winning. Oh, it's based on who's winning, but not on training stage or waterfall stage. Okay, okay. Okay then, that makes sense. But if I get the soundtrack, then I can't expect the soundtrack to do that on the fly, obviously. I'll still get the soundtrack regardless, though. Do you know if the development team's going to have a problem with me playing the soundtrack? Just, you know, willy-nilly? Or can I just... or does the music specifically have to come from the game when I'm streaming it? I'd love to just play the soundtrack while I'm either doing something else, like, I don't know, streaming another game or something. But I think I should, you're the wrong person to ask. I should be asking the development team that. Not on the fly, you can buy the complete version. Just every single variation. Okay. I got the best version, which just includes the main tracks and Bandcamp. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll have to do that then. Oh, that's great to know. Okay. Speaking of content, anyways, the gallery system. I'm wondering if they're going to also develop an art book and sell that along with the other merchandise. Because the gallery mode right now has not been developed, it's not unlocked. I mean, I should say it's not accessible right now, just like the ranked mode. Yeah, an art book would be great to have. I heard their voices, low and scratchy, like they had accidentally eaten a bundle of thorns. I tried to listen, but nothing made sense. I thought I had a good hiding spot, that they couldn't see me, but then... Go on, child, what happened next? One of them smelled the air, and they all turned around and looked right at me. The biggest one yelled, "Grass eater." That's what I said. Wait, is that a bad word? Am I allowed to say grass eater? Yeah, they had a lore book section on their website, just currently being rewritten, and those temporarily... Oh, okay, okay. I don't know if this is the case, but I think the same thing happened to Skullgirls. When second Encore was released, I think some of the story mode, or part of the writing for some of the characters in story mode was changed. But I would have to double check that. I know specifically Misfortune and Skullgirls as story mode. Originally, she had one type of ending, but then I saw some screenshots of her and Sarabella essentially doing something different, or had a different interaction with each other. But I need to stream Skullgirls again too. Like, I don't know. I should be doing my own research. But I thank you for letting me know all this. Never mind that, child. What happened next? I ran, and the ghosts were right behind me. They had teeth like razorback tusks, but a whole mouthful of them. I ran and ran until I couldn't run anymore. Then they caught up to me. They were everywhere. They were so close I could smell their breath. It was horrible. They said to me, "The key, take us to the key." I didn't know what to do. But then, dawn, the sun lit everything up, and the ghost turned to smoke. Just before the last one went, it showed me its teeth and said, "Oh, I'll never forget it. We are a predator. We are returning. We are hungry." And I'm not gonna lie, this conflict right now is very similar to the conflict in Zootopia. The whole dynamic between herbivores and carnivores. But I'm not gonna judge or anything. Just notice that. No problem. Like I said, I've been following this game for a while. I gotta do the same. I mean, oh man, I haven't really. It's not just this game, but when it comes to the FGC, I'm just recently returning to it all, and I think this title specifically, not just for me, but for a lot of people who either, used to play and are now returning, or new players to the genre of fighting games, this would be a good starting title, or title to start anyways. Recently, there's been a lot of talk about, well, specifically between Maximilian Dude, Justin Wong, and Matt McMuscles about trying to move the barriers into playing fighting games for people who don't play fighting games. And I think this title so far, sFightin'Herds, does a lot of things right. I mean, for the most part though, it offers single player content, so that's a start. Yeah, the Predator versus Prey trope is kind of overdone. There's lots of little details how to make this one stand out. Yeah. Maximilian and Justin both played this game. Sage and Priest tutorials. Yeah, definitely. I don't remember if he. I think he played either Velvet or Oleander. No. He played Oleander definitely during his tutorial, but I think he either made Velvet or someone else. But I'll have to go back and see his opinion on this game now. He hasn't played this in what, a year? Yeah, probably a year. I just, got it about a week ago, and yeah, I mean, you're pretty much seeing my reactions for the first time, so really digging it. Then poof, gone, just blown away in the wind. Thank you for your story, child. Anga, the Foles count matches the reports. Only she's lucky she made it out unscathed. Yeah, last time Sachin played was for the Go DLC, but surely he'll play again when 3.0 update drops. Yeah, I mean, he was, let me think. Besides Guilty Gear, I think he recently visited another game. It was either Under Night and Birth or Street Fighter. It was one of those two. Due to the Guilty Gear Strive beta, he's been playing that a lot lately. I can't blame him though. A lot of other Arc System fans have been playing a lot of Guilty Gear lately too. You can no longer deny it. Legends are true. Don't be a fool, old bull. Those legends of yours are just stories to scare children into good manners. Shadow creatures seeking a key. Sharp teeth and claws. It's all real. Predators really are returning. Counselors. Our library speaks of a great priestess who sealed Phonem's ancient enemies behind a magic door far beyond the borders of our world. And its power is failing. We're all fools if you do not heed this warning. I beg you, send out a call to our bravest, strongest, wisest warriors. The predators are seeking this key, and you must find it first. Even if there is some truth to this children's fable, it will be a challenge to muster the herds. Even this meeting needed a catered lunch. Yet this could be the very thing to bring us together again. Fellow ungulates, hear my decree. Antilopians from the valley, whitetail of the forest, go to any of the islands. Is that bison or bison? Bison? Yeah, bison of the plains, equines of the steppes, and all of the other proud nations of Phonem. Each shall name a champion and send them out on a quest for this key. For the ungulate who wields it shall earn favor, honor, and glory, named Protector of Phonem, Key Keeper. But this we will soon know if it's all just a fairy tale. This game releases for consoles. It should greatly help in boosting the player base, or crossplay on PC. I want to do that for consoles too. Speaking of crossplay, yeah, that'll definitely help with accessibility. Truth be told, I know someone who owns a Switch, and if this game gets released on the Switch, I'd just buy a copy for that person. I mean, even if they don't play it, at least, you know, you can play it on the Switch and on the go. Although, from what I've heard about... Well, never mind. No. Never mind. That has nothing to do with what I was about to say. Yeah, crossplay between PC, Mac, Linux. So it's just nothing but PC players right now playing this. Skullgirls had a similar development process. And this game was definitely developed on PC first during its early years. Then it was released on Xbox Live and PlayStation Network. And if I remember correctly, it was either during the Wii U or the Switch's life cycle that Second Encore was released. But I might be wrong about that. Yeah, Switch would be a perfect home for this game. It's a perfect grand Steam Deck. I mean, even if you're not able to play online very well while you're using the Switch as a portable way of playing the game, at least online anyways, I could definitely see people just getting together, each with their own Switch. I'm not sure what to call it, the portable version or the portable mode. But essentially, if they take their Switch with them and just meet up with other people, they should be able to play together. I'm assuming in a pseudo-local way. They're technically having to play online just because I don't think there's any way to connect the Switch, each Switch piece of hardware together, but like you would with Game Boy, but you would still pretty much be playing next to each other. I don't know. I'll just let Nintendo think of all that. It's not my place to figure that stuff out. But yeah, I mean, just the possibilities. For this, we will soon know if it's all just a fairy tale. for our vizier speaks prophecy. Place switches on local network without internet. Ethernet adapters. That's it. Oh, okay. It said with the Ethernet adapters. I'm assuming that you have to get Nintendo designed Ethernet adapters. I don't think you just grab any old Ethernet adapter that you use for PCs and plug it into the switches. I don't think that's how that works. But I could be wrong. Yeah. I just know that Nintendo is really anal about their hardware. And they really don't like it when people mess with their stuff. Is that you, daughter? Yeah, Pa, it's me. Why are you hiding, my calf? Oh, well, I know how much you like your contemplating time, but I wanted to talk. Come on out now. Let's talk. So, I know you said we cattle kind ain't supposed to listen to those who live outside the prairie, but I heard something big's going on. No, any USB Ethernet adapter works. They're cheap ones and have driver issues. Okay. That's good to know. So technically speaking then, if I had a 10 or 15 foot Ethernet cable, I should be able to play with that person with either Skullgirls or the sFightin'Herds. That'd be great. And we could just go anywhere. We don't have to necessarily be stuck at their home to play. There's been a decree, Pa, from the Council of Ingolites. Yeah, I know. You do? I'm the leader of this herd, my calf. It's my duty to know such things. And what's happening, Pa? Why do we have to pick a champion? What for? Mule deer fawns are saying the most terrible things. You know, Arizona, I think a lot about what it means to be wanderers like us. Yes, as long as it does support local network. I just realized something though. I don't remember when the Switch was released, but I know it's definitely been at least a good 3 to 5 years now. It makes me wonder if Nintendo's going to continue supporting, or not supporting, but if they decide to release a new console, well, they have that. They should be able to easily port this game and Skullgirls Second Encore onto their new console. I don't see that being a big issue, especially since these games tend to be made in a way where they can pretty much be on any device. Yeah, just like Skullgirls, this game could have a really long lifespan. But that really does depend though on the amount of support it gets as well. So, moving from place to place wherever the grass decides to grow. Out here in the open air, with no home except the wagons we haul, the hills we roam. It was 5 years ago, 2017. Man, that makes me feel old. They officially said they want to support the Switch for 10 years, but who knows since they're so secretive about everything. Unlike the Wii U, I don't necessarily believe 10 years, but I can see them supporting it for another 2 or 3. I mean, how long did the Wii's lifespan go for? The Wii was released in 2008, and I think the Wii U was released in 2014 or 2015. So that's still about, yeah, somewhere between 6 to 7 years. The only reason why the Wii U, they dropped the Wii U in favor of releasing the Switch immediately was just because the Wii U was doing terribly. But honestly, some people say that was due to poor marketing. Other people say that the Wii U wasn't really that great of a, wasn't really a big difference from the original Wii. So. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I guess one more thing to think about, for me anyways, when it comes to this title is not just new characters, but also will this title get any of these Skullgirls characters as DLC characters? Wii was released 2007, Wii U in 2012. Wii U was a poor name. Lots of people thought it was just an add-on to the Wii. Yeah. 2007, that sounds about right. 5 years though, that's still impressive. And Wii U 2012. Wow. My memory must be going really bad the older I get. Original Wii was released in 2006. Ouch. 2006, so that's a 6-year lifespan. And 2017 for the Switch means what, 5 years right now? So yeah, give it another year or two and maybe Nintendo will come out with another console. But it's not just Nintendo that I gotta think of. You also gotta think about PlayStation 5 and whatever Microsoft decides to release next. So at this point, I just don't know how their naming scheme works. But I could definitely see this game's popularity growing, not just through crossplay, but local offline multiplayer as well. Through Nintendo specifically. It's a shame that, well, no, actually no, local multiplayer, at least with fighting games anyways, is still being kept strong with Sony, with their PlayStations. I mean, just earlier, I was just watching a Mortal Kombat 11 tournament that was being run on PlayStation 4s. So, there's that. And of course, most Arc System games are run on PlayStations as well. So yeah, offline tournaments and casual players playing offline as well should be able to keep this game's lifespan going too. I mean, I really honestly don't see any reason why this game can't continue to grow. Maybe not something as big as any of Arc System's games, but we'll see. We'll see. I definitely just don't see this. You know what? No, I should stop talking. I don't want to. I don't want any negativity. I don't want to be negative. No, let's not go that. Whoa, sorry about that. Wouldn't trade it for anything. Them city folk inside their walls only concern themselves with what's in front of their noses. The old stories, they took them out their history books. But our kind, Arizona, we're folk of the land. We remember our voices. Once the tournament is finished, Modus will probably run a marketing campaign to promote it. I gotta say though, story mode and assault mines, it's got me wondering. Yeah, you got local multiplayer. The only reason why I'm thinking about all this stuff in terms of longevity is just because, and this is partly due to the recent talk between Maximilian Dude, Mapping Muscles, and Justin Wong's podcast. They were talking about single player content and fighting games, and I'm just trying to figure out what else this game could have that wouldn't necessarily keep me playing. I would honestly just continue playing with what's already here, but what's gonna keep new people, new players coming back? I know Skullgirls, and I played it myself, Skullgirls has a mobile version of their game. It's got me wondering if Main 6 will do the same, or Modus, I should say. This game used to have a hit the target challenge mode, but it got removed because the devs said they wanted to rework it. Rework it. When I was doing the tutorials, I didn't see anything wrong with it. During the portions of the tutorials anyways, where you have to hit the targets within 22 seconds, I didn't find any issues with it, but I guess if they're trying to rework it as a separate single player mode, like say in Smash Melee, not Smash Melee, I think it was in Brawl, what's it called? No, it was Smash Wii U, where you hit the punching bag and you try to get it to fly as far as possible. And you also had the, oh, what was the name of that mode? It was a mode where you could fight increasingly harder computer-controlled characters. It had something to do with the amiibos, or whatever they were called. And it sucks to be, it sucks to get older, man. I'm having a hard time remembering all this stuff. It's much more elaborate. You had character-specific challenges, such as hit all the targets that hit in the ground. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I got a feeling for that when I was doing redoing the tutorials with Paprika specifically. The tutorials were teaching me how to use Paprika's movement and combo specifically, so yeah, that'd be great. Wow, I'm doing a lot more talking than playing. My bad. But yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody minds. Gather around, everyone. Yellow bellies. Days of old. All the hoot folk of Phonum roam together as one big old herd. In the world, well, it was one big old field where the grass was ours for the grazing. We had a peace that lasted long as the tunnels of 10 packs of prairie dogs. The times are always changing, yes sir. You see, there were other animals in Phonum, little ones. They had fur like us, but instead of hooves, they had gangly, clawed toes. Now, Funny looking feet ain't usually cause for worry, but something else was their teeth. Also, this game was a pioneer in introducing community combos years ago. They just community combos. I'm not familiar with that term. That's new to me. Community combos. I'm assuming you mean, because I noticed that there were no combo trials in this game, right? I know in a lot of other games, especially even going so far back as Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe. That's, I know, a really weird example, but I know as far as back as that game goes, every fighting game I've ever played, whether it be released on, developed by Eastern or Western developers, it typically had a combo trial mode or a mission mode. But in this game, there's nothing like that. It's weird. But at the same time, though, yeah, if you were to say submit a combo trial developed by one of the players in the community to have other players try it out, then that's pretty much an indirect way of the community teaching each other. At that point, there would be no reason to release combo videos. Basically, combo trials made by the community. Yeah, that's what. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Enter training mode. They go to combo training in the menu. Oh, sure. As time passed, these teeth grew longer and sharper than thorns on a buffalo berry branch. And my chomper's like that, well, I guess eating grass just wasn't gonna cut it. Predators ripped our piece away quicker than a dandelion seeds in a twister. But we didn't stand by like frightened jackrabbits to be gobbled up like buttered biscuits. Nope. We fought back. So many of us were lost. We weren't sure if we'd been better off just letting ourselves be their supper. But soon, we weakened those varmints well enough. That's when a mystic from the desert land stepped in. Using her great power, she banished the predators to some otherly place, locking them away. So that key everyone's talking about. That's the prophet's key. Well, I'll be. To have been paying attention to my stories. The predators were gone, but so was our peace. A great herd of one broke into many. We were weakened. We were scared. As though them predators were locked up and for good. Oh, sir. The monsters swore they were sucked up into the funnel of that deep, dark nothingness. That they'd be back. They'd be hungry. So, my compatriots, who among you will volunteer to face these hooligans? Who will be champion of the prairie? I will, Pa. You? No, you're too young. I'm too young to love my home. I'll do anything for the prairie, Pa. I'll phone them too. I know we don't get along with folk beyond our lands, but they deserve to live free, just as we do. I won't allow it. I said no. Well, I say yes. Who's off, woman? Minnesota. It's got me wondering if there's any bulls or cows named New York or Oregon or something like that. What, are all the citizens of the prairies just nothing but southern state named folks? Over geez, you shush. Our girl here has proven her worth, don't you know? She may be small, but yeah, sure you betcha. Her heart is bigger than the prairie itself. What's that now? But I'm supposed to be the leader. Oh, there. You sure are the biggest, strongest bull Calican has ever known. But let's not be silly now. Arizona the Prairie. Child of Purple Mountain's majesty. Amber waves of grain. Adopt the champion of Calican. I go, man. Save the world. The little sugar booger. Make you proud, Mom. You too, Pa, I swear. Yeah. Listen close now. Veer yourself north, up to Rain City, where the deer folk live. They've got a museum there with all sorts of treasures from the old days. Bet you you'll find some clues about the key. Thanks, Mom. I'm gonna get going right away. Not a moment to lose. So I'm assuming that the story mode will determine which character you get to play as. I'm hoping then that Paprika will be playable soon. FIFA combo trials in the game look cool. Or meant more to show off the game and are practical in a competitive fight. Yeah, I mean, I can't say, well, it's tricky, right? I think the reason why it's behind that is because I know in games, other games like, I'm just gonna say Blaze Blue Central Fiction because that's the most recent thing I've played so far. Even though the game was released in 2015, 2.0 was, that patch was released, let's just say sometime later. And I'm not sure the combo trials have changed in that game after that patch was released. So I could see this being some sort of a better system to solve that problem, right? I mean, obviously, if certain moves get changed where there are properties like hit stun, hitbox, hurtbox, size changes and whatnot, change for a lot of characters, it'd be pretty difficult for the developers to constantly keep having to change the combo trials just to keep up with all that. Especially since if they don't play the game competitively themselves, and how are they gonna know which moves are good and which ones are not? That's where community combo trials fill in the gap. Yeah, each character gets their own chapter in story mode. Cool. I'm assuming that Arizona is just your typical rushdown character. Indeed, they had to adjust the combo trials when certain moves were changed in updates. Yeah. I'm not sure if Skullgirls had that same issue. Because I do remember there being a few combo trials in that game. But who knows? Well, I'm sure that whatever combo trials Lab Zero did develop, they developed them and keeping in mind the changes that they're probably making in the future, but maybe not. Wow. I'm just trying to think about this from the perspective of the developers. I can't imagine actually having to do this as a job daily. They have to adjust the combo trials and certain moves for change and updates. Okay, yeah. That's a lot of work. I guess this is the reason why they never bothered to release Skullgirls 2. I mean, I'll admit, I was one of those people that was asking for it. For replays, however, there is no solution. They just recommend to export it to video if you wish to keep seeing replay after updates. Well, technically you can load the old replay after updates, but it might break the game. Yeah, I mean, it's not just with, I wouldn't blame the game engine for that. A lot of other games, especially online games, have that same issue. I mean, I don't know if you play Minecraft, but Minecraft specifically always gives that warning where if there's a new update being that was just released, and your world was created from an older update, if you want to continue playing the same world, then that pop-up message will say, if you continue to play the same world in this new update, some features might disappear or not work correctly, so. It's got me wondering then. So community combo trials exist. There's no reason to record and release or upload combo videos. In theory, this should make a lot of learning take place within the game itself, which is something that I've always had a problem with a lot of fighting games, is that you have to use a lot of external sources of information to learn how to play the game, right? For a lot of Arc System games, especially BlazBlue, you have to use Dustloop, which is, again, I don't know if anyone else knows about this, but Dustloop is just a website where it has a lot of wiki information, articles of information about how certain characters play, game mechanics, how the game mechanics work, and so on for that particular title. It makes no sense for me anyways, and I've always thought this. It makes no sense for fighting games specifically, because this is the only genre that I know of that this is really common, where a lot of players, especially new players, the whole genre, not just the title, but for the whole genre of fighting games, they had to go through external sources like Dustloop or YouTube for that matter, and look up information on how to play the game. I know a big offender of this is Tekken, pretty much the whole Tekken series, in fact, because Tekken 7, I remember Sajam specifically saying that it was either him or someone else, I think it might have been Machin Obama, complaining about Tekken 7 just not having any tutorial mode, and on top of that, the frame data was sold as DLC. Imagine that. Imagine if Lab Zero did something like that, or NetherRealm Studios. Oh man. Best part here, the original script was to make himself challenge her father to a fight improve her mind, but it got cut from the original final game due to budget reason. And making a whole new character is a lot of work with a small team. Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. I'm gonna assume, just like in Skullgirls, there's not gonna be any animated cutscenes. And I don't honestly have a problem with that. In fact, if you play story, I'm gonna bring up BlazBlue again. Pretty much in all of the BlazBlue titles, if you play the story mode in each BlazBlue titles, if you play each BlazBlue title's story mode, it's all pretty much nothing but text and still images. There were a few cutscenes here and there, but they were pretty much for the opening of the game. Does Skullgirls have something like that? An opening animation? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. But if I remember correctly, Skullgirls 2 had a small development team. Yeah. Wow. The more I think about it, the more I'm realizing that this game could have had the same development process as Skullgirls. I mean, that would be cool because if... Yeah, no cutscenes in the game, besides still screens and text. Again, I personally don't have a problem with that. I know a lot of non-fighting game, people who don't play fighting games, they might expect stuff like that just because a lot of other genres have that kind of thing going on, but especially because of NetherRealm Studios, I know that they're trying to push for more content like that. I wouldn't say content, but more, what's the word for it? Production value or something. The thing is NetherRealm Studios has WB Games as their publisher, and they essentially have someone investing in them. This game, just like Skullgirls, is just a small project made by a few people and mostly supported by people who are just interested in seeing this game actually succeed. So, yeah. Don't pout, honey. I believe in our daughter. I do too, I love her. Alright, time to hit the trail. Rain City, here I come. Wait. Whoa. No way. What? Okay, this is not what I expected. I thought that I would just be going through several fights immediately after each each bit of dialogue. Skullgirls didn't have a big budget in this game. It's even smaller. Using Flash for their animation really helped. I said it's about 5 times less work, and anyway, like Skullgirls. Yeah, I believe that. Flash is, I'm pretty much anyone that says that they use Flash when for their animations. I've noticed that they tend to be, they essentially have been making animations for a long time. I know a lot of members of the Manus combat community definitely have been around since the days of Newgrounds. Lauren Faust, not Lauren Faust, the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic show definitely was developed in Flash, which surprised a lot of people, including myself, just because during the late 2000s, Flash was heavily used in a lot of animated shows, but mostly you could tell that it was only just because it was just cheap to make and easy to use. So you often saw a lot of animated shows during those late 2000s, early 2010s years, just not looking very good, crisp. Like a lot of animated shows we have nowadays. Maybe I should take a shortcut. What is that? Don't remember Pa saying anything about mysterious glowing stones out in the middle of nowhere. This old runestone marks the trailhead of a heroic pathway. Follow the trail up the cliff? Yeah, sure. The world here is neat, but some limitations. Some water you can swim, some you can't. Some passages you can walk through. Some just block you without reason. I think that just goes back to the story mode just not being completely done. I wouldn't really say that's something that I would have to be impatient with. Me personally, because you know I dabble in coding and game development here and there, so. But I'm sure that that might be frustrating for a lot of other people. Also, I'm surprised that we're going through another tutorial. I'm not upset about it, I'm just kind of surprised. So you got a tutorial within the story mode, as well as a separate tutorial series of tutorials. Hey now, looks like a path forward. I guess I can just explore wherever I want to. There's nothing stopping me from going over here. Well, look at that. Seems I found someone's hidey hole. No way down without breaking a leg though. Better look around some more. Okay. Yo, I just realized something. Skullgirls didn't have something like this. They didn't have a separate mode anyways like this, so it's got me wondering. This is something like what you would see being made from RPG Maker, right? I wonder if this game engine is capable of making a bunch of other genres of games. Bones. They look pretty ugly. Ooh, this spot makes my spine shiver. Better leave him alone. Someone camped here. Well, it looks like it's been a while. Another stone. Let's give it a go. Super John. Cool. I'm still getting used to my stick. Oh no! Hold on, let me sit up. Nice. Yeehaw! Got this champion stuff roped up and in the bag. Someone to talk to. Howdy there, cowgirl. Thought I heard who's a-coming. Madison, is that a state? That's not a state. Madison? Madison. No, it's not. It's not a state. I guess it's just Arizona's family then, that just has weird names like that. It'd be nice to have some company. Don't be shy now. Don't mind me stealing his bread, though. Great canyons of butterscotch, this bread smells good. Get your face out of there, missy. Ain't done cooling yet. Ah, okay. So, Arizona is supposed to be Rushdown character. I know that Paprika is supposed to be a trap-based character that just likes to throw stuff at people. Oh there. Not gonna say howdy or nothing. Don't be rude now. Besides, that way's dangerous. Why don't you come on over here and wait with me till the bridge is fixed? Dang it. Better see what that's all about. my bad. I didn't know. Thank the stars I caught you before you plunged into that dusty old tunnel. Yeah, sorry. I was just curious. I'm Madison. Nice to meet you. Howdy, Madison. Name's Arizona. Well, aren't you just a bundle of joy? If you don't mind me asking, how'd you get up here exactly? Didn't see you come through the main road. Oh, there's a main road? What, you telling me you climbed all the way up the side of the cliff? You half goat or something? Well, how'd you get here? Seem alright, Calf. I'll let you in on a little secret. Promise not to tell no one. Over yonder is where the other way comes out, but you can't get there unless you go through the secret cave. It's one of them places you can't get to unless you already know where it is. Hehe. Say now, aren't you one of Minnie's calves? Thought I recognized your mama's poofy hair just as the sun shines. What you doing out here all by yourself? How'd I get to Rain City? Rain City? Bust my bonnet, sure it's a quinky-dink if I ever heard one. I was headed there to sell some grain and milk. Ever since the decree went out, they're buying up as much as they can get. I'll tell ya, the Deerfolk City ain't nothing but a slum snootbags. What? I swear people don't talk like this in the South. This is just some weird stereotype I've never understood. Yeah, so Arizona's ground-based rushdown, town-wise air-based rushdown, love it is owner. Lander is rounded, is puppets, and he has stance. That's just crazy. Random. So at the moment, then there's no character that's a grappler. Okay. No one likes Sarabella from Skullgirls, or Potemkin from Guilty Gear. I'm trying to think. If they ever do design a grappler character for this game, it's probably going to be a really big quadrupedal species, like, I don't know, an elephant or something. Not right now, but the main dev said he wants to get a grappler ASAP. Yeah, no kidding. I know a lot of FGC YouTubers like SageM and Lord9 and such, they tend to say that grapplers are supposed to be the one archetype that is specifically developed for people who don't ever play a fighting game, or people who are new to a particular title's fighting game. They're supposed to be designed in a way where they're easy to use, but of course the higher or the more competitive you get in terms of like tournaments and ranked matches and such, the harder it is to win with them. I'm guessing right now Arizona is supposed to fill in that gap. I mean, not fill in that gap, but fill that purpose of being easy to play, but you know, you'll probably move on to some other character. Paprika is sort of a stopgap grappler, and grabs in the highest damage output and health. Highest damage output and health. That would explain why I see her being played in a lot of tournaments. Her, Palm, and I think it was Tianhua as well. All three of those characters I saw it being played consistently throughout a lot of tournaments. But that was a few years ago. I don't know what the meta is like right now. And as far as I know, the gameplay has not really changed that differently. Well, when I say that, I mean character moves and properties and such, I don't think has changed frequently over the last, year or two. As I know in Skullgirls, a lot of people kept asking the lead developer about whether or not there would ever be a gameplay update, as in the character's moves would change and such, but they always just kept saying no. So I'm wondering if whatever I learn now will apply, or rather will be relevant for a good long while, or just, you know, change later. Benzo region, right? Arizona, popular in NA, Guatemala, Palm, South America, Shanty, Lebanon. Paprika seems popular everywhere. Yeah, I mean, Paprika pretty much, I know Deb, or she's called Romola now. She talked about that kind of character archetype. The type of character to just throw stuff at people is seems to be pretty popular in a lot of different titles. I know in Guilty Gear, she used Johnny as an example, where his ability to throw coins and such is one of his main gimmicks. But it was also just a lot of the other things he was able to do. I think it was in Guilty Gear Zerd or Rev 2. She said that the way his special moves were specifically changed so that it would synergize with his ability to throw coins. So I'm wondering if Paprika might get the same treatment in the future, or if she's perfectly balanced the way she is right now. I have no idea. But I mean, it's always nice to know that the character that I'm learning is also a really, you know, I wouldn't say high tier character, but is a popular character to play. I tell ya, that near Folk City, nothing but some snoot bags, but they were practically giving away their salt. Times are what they are. What kind of business do you have there, cowgirl? I'm after Legendary Key. Well, you're looking at the champion of the prairie. I'm gonna find out old Magic Key, mock up them sharp-toothed critters crawling about and save the world, just like the stories. Your parents know where you are. And just get some directions. Not now, no need to fuss. But no offense. You just seem a little young to be running around looking for trouble like that. I'm waiting for them pronghorns to come by and fix the bridge. Just a day or two more. I think Paprika is very strong in beginner matches, but I just think I'd love to play it because her style is so unsafe. There's probably because she's so fun and odd. Yeah, I mean, I like her just for her personality, you know. She's the kind of character that has a really bubbly, positive personality, but I mean, in truth, she's just almost a carbon copy of Pinkie Pie from My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. But well, even then, Paprika's kind of mentally unstable too. Come to think of it, Arizona's just like Applejack. Velvet's just like Rarity. I hope they're gonna actually give these characters a little more than just I'm sure they will. Yeah, I think the characters right now, they're based off of the characters from My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic, but I'm sure that the writers will give them a little more depth. And she's still very close to Pinkie Pie. I mean, original Cartwheel, Paprika doesn't they kept the name Carvel for the move. Yeah. In the tutorial, there's a funny joke about that from Oleander. Paprika calls it by some other name, and the subtext said something about incoherent alpaca noises. That's funny. I think another reason why I like this title so much is just a humor, a comedy. You know, it doesn't take itself seriously, as it should. I mean, it's a game about quadrupedal animals fighting against each other. Dang it all, now what? I gotta get to Rain City. Hey, no need to fret, we'll figure something out. Worry like that and you'll end up with more wrinkles than a raisin by the time you're my age. Yeah, you're right. It's gotta be another way through. I don't know about that, unless you count the tunnel. Tell you what, why don't you set up camp here with me? Might be somebody'll come by in the morning to fix the bridge. What you need, sweetheart? What's the deal with the tunnel? Oh, that? Well, it's an old salt mine that cuts straight through the canyon. Used to be the reindeer folk would hire us cattle kind to work for a cut of what we mine. There was some kind of disagreement and the whole place shut down. Probably still some salt left too. Straight through the canyon. I'll be. That's a shortcut of shortcuts. But did you drink cactus juice for breakfast or something? Decent folk just don't go there anymore. There'll be some other species that live down there. Or maybe the rocks are all collapsed. Ready for bed? Let me see if I can go inside anyways. Really? Okay. I think I should stay the night and see if the bridge is fixed in the morning before trying this way. Alright, fine, whatever. After a night advance the story? Yep. The sleepover, I'll get you set up. Champion of the Prairie. Way too excited to sleep. A strong broken bridge. 2 trots away from trying that tunnel. Hey, you're... No way. Already here? I see. So, I'm assuming that the story mode is also acting as a tutorial for the salt mines pixel lobbies. I'll tell you a little secret. After going to bed and wake up, don't enter the cave just yet. Let's be pressing on. Oh, oops, too late. My bad. Yeah, I didn't check. Is there a way I can just leave then? Hold on. Let me see if I can just go back. No. Hold on. Hold on, I'm not giving up yet. Let me do chapter select. Let's try this. There is no save slots. It's all autosave. Okay, well, I'll just try to speed run through this then. I'm really curious. I like Easter eggs. Okay, I can just skip all this anyway. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, speed run through this. Oh. Wait, hold on. 7 collectibles remain. Huh. Just a second. We're restarting everything. Might as well get the other secret too. Really? Okay. Oh, right, forgot. Does Spark go back in the tower thingy? Turn. Start. Back in the tower thingy. He returns to start. Oh wait, looks like you can't. Oh. Okay. Oh wait, you can't, good. Oh, okay. Let me look around for it. Go back to the water and go west. I see a crack there. Yeah. Okay, so I'm supposed to go through there. In the crack, okay. But there's a lone cow here. Howdy, man. What you doing all alone in this here cave? Oh, no need to worry about me, Cal. I live here. Good enough for me, bye. Yep, I live here. It's cozy. It's quiet. And all my stuff fits in it. Nice. I don't see any stuff. Oh, see, I just moved in. I haven't quite finished decorating the place, but with a bit of a feminine touch, it'll be quite nice, alright. Good luck with that, I guess. Okay. How long you played on sand, Cal? Hey, don't talk like that. I'm scared of the dark. But aren't caves usually dark? Scary? That's why I always keep the lamps on. Hey, no offense, just reckon a cave's not a place to live for somebody who's afraid of the dark. And I turn the lamp off. I'm scared of the dark. Simple oil lamp. That cow is very insistent on keeping the cave lit. You could still turn it off if you feel like being a beef jerky. Will you turn this lamp off? Yeah, let's see what happens. Oh, nice. Oh. Ah, dang it. You found a secret passage. Okay, am I playing a fighting game or am I playing The Legend of Zelda? What's going on? Oh, so that's how you get over here. This must be the merchandise. Wonder how she got them all the way up here. Yep, this cart's got barrels full of milk, alright. Empty barrels. Maybe this is the way back wagon? Huh. I was wondering if you could actually go here. Out the beaten path. Yeah, this announcement around that skips the jumps through gets extra dialogue. Oh, okay. merchant managed to haul them carts through these tiny passages. This is a well-known climb. Oh, this is it. Take one more step. I'll be the farthest away from home I've ever been. Huh. So this is what the wild unknown is like. Guess it's like my pa always says. It's a dangerous business, Cal. Going out to prairie. Step onto the wild unknown, and if you don't watch your hoofs, you can trip, fall off a cliff into a river. Get swept by the current and fall down a waterfall. And land on a cactus so hard you can't sit down right for a month and you're spinning needles for 2. So I wonder why he says that. I think I'm close to the top. You'd think I'd have come by some sort of challenge or trial by now. Yeah, I guess you would. I'm so gonna regret saying that later. Oh well. I'm gonna let this on my head. Ain't Larry. Collectibles for me. I'm guessing these are items that you can just use in the pixel lobbies. Ooh, that was easy. It must be halfway to rain by now. Hold up, if I jump down here, ain't no coming back. Better make sure I'm ready for before I leave. Yeah, that's an item you can collect in the Orchard Man. Oh, that's cool. So that's just another incentive to play the story mode. Oh, you still have to talk to her, okay. Howdy there, cowgirl. I heard. Oh. I'm Madison. Nice to meet you. Howdy, Madison. Name's Arizona. Well, aren't you just a bundle of joy? I see that you know your way around the canyon. So I come through the secret way. Don't worry about it, Dad. I ain't gonna talk. Besides, the bridge down there was all in pieces. Had no choice. Say now, aren't you one of Minnie's cows? I recognized your mom was with hair sure as the sun shines. I've already said all this. Yeah, I've already said this. Blah blah blah, I've already said all this. Okay, so you said that as long as I don't go inside the tunnel immediately, then I should talk to her again. Go to sleep. Alright, hopefully I'll get this right. Yeah, go to sleep, wake up, but don't enter the cave. Okay. Just go back down. See if I can steal this bread. Essence bread. Been staring at this loaf all night. Maybe I'll just have a taste. Give it a lick. Yes. Now try the bread. Cool. Cool. I'm assuming that you get to have the bread on your face or something? Oh. Wow, really? A hat. Made out of bread, okay. I think I'll wear the iguana. Nice. It makes me wonder if any of the NPCs are going to comment on whatever I'm wearing, but we'll see. Go back this way? Why cannot? And I can't jump down either. Huh, okay. Alright. I think there's one or two dialogue commenting what you wear. It's pretty rare. It would have to be something really special. I'm sure. Hey, wait. See a chest there. Looks to be some sharp rocks at the bottom of this pit. Shouldn't try. I didn't get to read the rest. Doesn't do anything. Oh, nice. Oh, wait. I just realized something. When I was in that pixel lobby and the prairie fields and all those boulders were covering the way of that entrance, I think I was supposed to select Arizona, right, as a playable character and then stomp those boulders out of the way. I think that's how that works in the salt mines. I mean, essentially I would have to play certain characters in order to solve certain puzzles. Didn't Paw say the species were supposed to be hunters? Never thought I'd be the one doing the hunting. Yeah, you'd think so. That would be cool, but it doesn't work in Soul. Oh, okay. You're under attack. Time to arm yourself with the right tools for battle. Okay. Your opponent's going to just stand there and wait around. Be ready for their attacks. Fall back to block. If there's any direction. That's any direction away from the main aim. Fall to block while crouching. Yeah, so you essentially go through another tutorial within the story mode. Whoa. I don't know how Arizona plays, but so I'm just gonna press buttons. High attacks are usually pretty obvious. They're also slower than low attacks. Already even one or two of these and you'll see imperfectly matched buffs. So your opponents with that, it's just big damage. Use the sticking your opponent with the entire spectrum. Oh. Good riddance. I understand that, Pa. I can't let these monsters run free in phone of it. Gotta keep fighting. Everyone's counting on. Health lost. Nice, you just completed a fight. You may have gotten roughed up a bit, but you'll be fine. Losing a fight against normal enemies leaves you with only partial damage. Takes at least 2 losses before it's game over. If you win a battle, you take even less damage. When the going gets tough, don't give in. Keep fighting. Huh. Alright. Fun fact. Version 1.0 tutorials weren't integrated in story mode. They realized a few people actually wanted tutorials in the main menu, so they added these to story mode in version 1.1. Ah, okay. I mean... in every other genre of game, or in every other genre of video games, typically you would have the tutorial within the main campaign. So I'm just gonna assume most people who didn't bother with the tutorial mode just assume that the story mode would take care of that anyways. I mean, after all, a lot of single-player games work that way, where the beginning of the campaign or the main gameplay mode would, you know, add the tutorials and instructions on how to play the game at the very beginning of the story. So. That was a huge leap of faith. Oh no, that one's sleeping. Maybe I can sneak up on him. A lot of people who bought this game was for the story mode and fighting games. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Or because they were Lauren fans. So they pretty much thought of this as more of a adventure game than a competitive game. Okay. I mean, I can't blame them. Whoops. Makes me wonder if there's ever going to be a cameo from Lauren Faust or any of the developers in this game. That would be cool. Oh, there's something here. It's just a lantern. Oh, there's 3 more over there. Okay. For the same reason they had to be toned down the difficulty of beginner mode. Way down. Ah, okay. That explains the 40% health boost for intermediate difficulty. I mean, I find that kind of foreign to me to play a video game or only the story, and essentially you make the gameplay so easy that you pretty much don't have to think about what you're doing. I mean, I play video games for the challenge, not so much for the story, so it's hard for me to put myself in that perspective. It was originally a 20% boost for beginners at one point. Now it's 80%. I mean, I'm not one to pick on casual players, but I don't know, man. When I think of video games, I don't think of them as something like a book where you could just read through details and such, or watch a movie for that matter, and I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything else. I mean, in fact, yeah, I really shouldn't say anything else. I've streamed a lot of games recently that are more or less pretty easy to play through. So, and the only reason why I mostly talk through those streams was just because I didn't have to think about what I was doing, since the gameplay was so easy. Also, this game got lots of casual Smash players who didn't understand blocking was done by holding back instead of a button. Yeah, I know that feeling because back in the 2000s, right? Late 2000s, I should say. I grew up playing mostly, they used to be called Midway back then, but now they're called NetherRealm Studios. A lot of Mortal Kombat games, even the first four, right? The original arcade titles were, the way you blocked in those games, you had to hold a button down. But when the first Injustice Gods Among Us title was released back in the early 2010s, I kept trying to use the same button to, or rather use press all the buttons to try to block, and it took me a while to realize that you had to hold back in order to block. And I thought that was weird because I just assumed that every other fighting game didn't work that way until I played Blaze Blue Continuum Shift with some other people back in college, and yeah, I realized that, wow, I guess you have to hold block back to block attacks in a lot of other games besides just Injustice. It was just a and after that point I realized, how many games do I actually have to, how many fighting games anyways, fighting games require the player to hold a button down in order to block. And I can only think of the original Mortal Kombat games up till Mortal Kombat 9. That was the last one I played. And Smash. Yeah, every Smash title. Yeah, it took me a long while to realize that it's actually weird to not hold back to block in a lot of fighting game titles. When I played Tekken 6 especially, that's how I was introduced into the Tekken franchise. Yeah, holding back to block was foreign to me. Oh, Dead or Alive was another it was another fighting game series where you could hold a button down to block. It was called the free button. And while you could hold back to block in those games as well, I always just used the free button to block because, as I said, every other fighting game at that time I was playing, you had to hold the button down to block. So no, that's completely fair. That's completely fair to. I wouldn't call it a mistake. It's more of a concept that. Yeah, those kinds of players would have to struggle to understand. Whoa, round glowy thing. I should take this with me. I gotta ask, is the soundtrack in these stages, these Salt Mine stages, are they also on the soundtrack as well? Because I could definitely jam to these kinds of tunes when I'm doing coursework or something else. I'm assuming those are salt crystals. I can't stomp that while I'm swimming. Oh. Okay, yeah, I had to go up there. Okay. Yeah, I think the complete collection has every single story. Best of just as a performance. Okay, okay. That's good to know. Golly, this is a bit of a squeeze. Gotta keep low or else hit my noggin. Jump across the chasm. Yep. Let's do it. Short hop. I know Paprika can do short hops, but I guess she's not the only one that can. It feels weird to do it with a stick though. With a gamepad, it's whoa, ow. It's slightly easier just because the thumbstick, especially on the GameCube, you can just flick. Yeah, 3 characters can short hop, Arizona, Paprika, and Shanty. Okay, okay. Unlike Smash Brothers though, you can't really wave dash in this game. Nothing crazy like that. I know in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, some characters were able to cancel their flight animations to essentially wave dash across the stage. I don't think it's like that. Man, this is hard. Actually, you can wave dash, though some characters are easier than others, and you can't wave dash backwards. Yeah, I mean, that'd be pretty annoying if you could do that, and if other players could do that. Seriously? The struggle is real. No. I swear I'm not trying to do this on purpose. I generally don't know how to short hop consistently. That's the reason there is no button dashing in this game. I tried it, but the devs thought it made the game too fast. Dashing only double stick presses. Speed. Come on. Is there a way to cheese this? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Let's see if I can cheese this. Nice. No. I'm slowly tapping the stick. My keyboard easier to short hop with. Yeah, I mean, I did it with keyboard and it's a lot easier to do it. I'll just do that. Let me unplug my stick. Oh no. Okay, that was a bad idea. Hold on. Wait. No, never mind. Yeah, I'm stuck using this just because. Hold on. That's the thing though, none of the keys are working. Let me check. Still use keyboard. It's the thing now, I'm trying, but it's not letting me. What if I do this? Never mind. That was a bad idea. Dang it, man. Should still work. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I don't know, maybe it's something to do with the drivers. Yeah, because I'm using the arrow keys and WASD to move when nothing's working. I can't even hit escape to do it either. To pause the game. Alright, I'm just gonna figure this out. I gotta learn how to do this anyways if I'm gonna actually learn to play Paprika, so... Oh, might as well learn how to do it now. Yeah, I don't know what to think. Oh. I'm pretty sure it's just an issue with the, with my drivers or something. Let me just get into the habit of doing it here. So if I use my other hand, then I can do a backwards flick after neutral to upright and slam back to it. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the tip. Oh, okay, that's so much easier. Okay, that still counts. Alright, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll have to remember that when I'm playing Paprika. Nice, that wasn't so hard. Yeah, speak for yourself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my 6 drivers just, for whatever reason, don't allow my keyboard to work. Got some live ones here. I guess I'm supposed to just swim outside. Nope. Here? Yep. Stick might hate you though. Yeah. Well, thankfully my stick is new, so I don't think I would mind too much. Alright. Well, dust my dungarees. That's a new one. Don't like the look of this one bit. Hey, quit it. Whoa. What on the Sam Hill is this stuff? Hey, I feel great. Golly, must be sort of magic. Better keep my eyes peeled for more of those things. Superman Shadow Orbs drop health and Superman pickups. Base 1 bar Superman, you can unleash your super attack with here. There's also gain combat as you fight. Oh, so I can gain super meter outside of fights through these pickups, and then when I enter into a fight again, the meter will already carry over. Okay, so basically I could just do raw super as immediately when the match starts. Super KO. Everyone using a super attack to deal a final blow against a predator will yield health pickups. Was that from my stock? Are these caves are flimsier than a pile of wet reeds, or all that practice has been paying off? no problem. Like Pa always says, sometimes the thing that you got that got you into trouble is the thing that gets you out of it. I wish that was true for all the times I got into trouble. What happened here? Okay. Nice. Original lore said all Unglads could use magic. Recently has been rumored that every Unglad believe they can use all those magic. Yeah, that's what Oleander said when I was doing the Paprika specific tutorials. That Paprika thinks that throwing a bunch of food at people in flower pots is somehow considered magic. But Oleander doesn't know where she keeps all that stuff underneath that blanket of hers on her back. Oops. Looks like salt. Tastes like salt too. Them Rain City full harder with salt, so better grab some while I'm here, just in case. Just gotta be careful because this place is going deeper. If I jump here, I'm not getting back up. There's no way to turn this one on. Well, that wasn't really necessary, but I thought I'd try it. Oh, I see. So if I fell into the other hole. Okay. So let's fall into this other hole. Nice. Come in handy later, get health by baiting your enemy with a super. Yeah, I would imagine. And getting super meter through fighting enemies. So you would essentially, I would assume the best strategy is to save up super meter when you have to heal for quite a lot of health. But I don't know. I mean, I don't see. Yeah. Anyways, I don't see any reason to worry about losing all my health. Let's go over here. Keep pressing the wrong button. Can't go up there. Gets much harder later. Alright. Look forward to it. Going down, ugly. Uh-oh. Looks like it's gonna try to wake up its pals. The heck is that? Something ain't right here. Better catch that critter quick. Oh no! That's pretty much the universal combo I use on all characters. I'm just wondering how effective that's gonna be for future enemies. Might actually have to learn how to play these other characters in order to progress through the story like this. Your stomp. Hit them in time, you'd freeze all three and can knock like 30% of their health to a super. Super. Huh. Let's see. All three of them with like 30% super. Okay. I missed my chance to demonstrate there. Not saying it should, probably isn't wise, but it's fun to try. Yeah, I bet it was. Yeah. You mean within a match like this, or just a regular stomp outside of the fight? Whoops. Yeah, I think you mean when I get next to a group of enemies, just stomp and then I'll take a good chunk of their health off. Flags like these or stomp connects on the overworld. Enemies are present at the start of the match. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay. I'm sure that's only something Arizona can do. See if we can try that here, like that. Okay, that just looks really scuffed. Oh. Try to attack different enemies normally, often the ones behind will fall out of your combo. Okay, so that's why you would super with Arizona, because you could just charge through all of them at once. Okay, okay. Well, I had 3 meters to do it, so I might as well. Oops, I missed my chance. No.
Not a scratch.
I should do a super when I had the chance. A lot of salt. Hey, no fair. No. She's right about that. Oops. I could have sworn I fought 3, but yeah, I obviously don't know how to count. Alright, let's see. I'm sure these railroad tracks will. Looks like you're getting the hang of Arizona. I mean, I'm doing a simple, what's the word? So in the tutorial, the ABC launcher and an aerial ABC combo, that's just the same combo I keep spamming every time. The only other times that I'm doing her actual special moves is just the quarter circle forward headbutt moves. But that's it, that's all I know. I don't really know how to do anything else with her. I really should learn how to play these other characters though. If nothing else, it's just how to play ABC combos rarely used. Usually it's just BC because the first hit bonus works. Yeah, I mean that's what I've learned with Paprika. Oops. You know what this reminds me of? The more I think about it, Conquest mode in Mortal Kombat Deception and Mortal Kombat Armageddon. In those Conquest modes, for those titles, you had something similar to this, where there's role-playing involved. I mean, you play as a protagonist, and Deception, it was Shuchinko, that's his name, and I forgot the other guy's name in Armageddon, but it was like Tavon or something like that. No, not Tavon, that was someone else. Anyways, in Deception, it was a role-playing minigame, but it was a, I wouldn't say minigame, more like a separate single-player mode that lasted for, shoot, like at least 5 hours long. And in Armageddon, the conquest mode in that game was it was essentially a beat 'em up. But yeah, I mean, this is what this mode reminds me of. Okay, I guess I just get to hit you for free. I'm pretty sure those don't respawn, so I should probably not smash them all. Is that a coil? A rope? That? Maybe I should sneak past it? Dang it. Are you serious? No! No way! I have to fight both of them at the same time? Oh. Oh, I guess not. Never mind then. I was about to freak out for a second. I was like, that's not fair. You get to fight 2 enemies at the same time? This is like, oh, I guess I can kill it. Okay.
Just you wait.
I was about to say, that reminds me of playing against characters like Carl and Relius from BlazBlue.
You're in for a beating.
Get over here. I think that snake actually blocked one of those attacks. That's gotta be annoying. Alright, hold on. Oh, sneaky peeky. Or I could just... Well, if I do this, I'll wake those two up. Yeah, okay. Try this. Okay, cool. Can I drink? Be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
I still want to smash those boulders though. Nice. Topper, nice. No. Busty Buster. Makes me wonder if any of these items actually give legitimate stats and not like just joke stats. Huh, looks like somebody made camp here. Maybe I can get a fire going. What the? Blue fire? This ain't right about this place. I can't jump down. Okay. So you want to get in line, or are we doing this hoedown style? That's not English, dude. Hoedown it is. Cue the music. Boss battles. Game over. You bought the farm. I'm going to fight a strong enemy. The results could be deadly. Losing these fights is always game over. Hey, on to get him. Y'all high enough yet? Keep them coming. That gave me nothing. Also gave me nothing. Back? Yes. Gimme. Aw, yeah. Go up. Oops. Nacho Mustachio. Apparently I missed an item back there. Oh, now. It looks like daylight. Sun's just coming up. Have I been down here that long? But not telling that the danger's over yet. Better make sure I'm ready before heading out. Is it the case and advance the story? Yeah, I mean, it's only one item. I can always get that back later. Or get it later. Let's get out of here. Ah, fresh air. That old salt mine wasn't such a bad detour. A couple of hitches along the way, but I think I'm close to the harbor now. Oh, come on. Didn't y'all get enough keister kicking for one night? The key. Give us the key. Not gonna happen. Man, scared of y'all creepy critters. Ah, cool. Great to have you back, easy handling. I'm Arizona, champion of the prairie. If you want the key, you gotta go through me. So be it. I just beat a boss battle. That's all that happened. I ended up missing a item, collectible item, but I mean I got the rest of them back, so I'm not gonna bother going all the way back just to get them. I'll just continue on from here on out. I'm assuming though, since we're gonna be I'm gonna be going to Rain City or whatever it's called, that place where Velvet lives. The next playable character is Velvet. And I gotta say though, even though Paprika throws stuff around like a zoner, she doesn't spam. Her projectiles are not. You can't spam throw her broccoli, apples, and flower pots like you can with Velvet's icicles. So I am the kind of fighting game player that typically just does not play zoners, even though I've always been interested in doing so. Just don't. I don't know why. I tried doing it in Skullgirls with Peacock, but I don't know. Bella's the next playable character, so how long before you play her? Oh, okay, okay. Oh man, that means a lot of grinding now. That's a big snake. Alright, you Slytherin scoundrel, out of my way. Ow. Ow, come on. Seriously? Oh, okay, I'm not taking that much damage. Okay, well this took a turn for the weird. What is going on? Wait, why am I getting... Oh. I don't understand. I thought I was playing a fighting game. I didn't realize I was playing... Well, to be honest, I don't even know what this is. Oh, that does shit damage. Oh. Wow. Okay. I just got wrecked. Okay, you weren't kidding. That first level was just... That was level 0, as Poe from Kung Fu Panda would say. Do I have to fight that other boss battle again? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, cool. Oh, never mind. Alright, round 2. This is by far the most interesting thing I've ever played through in a long time. I played a lot of video games. Whoops. Must only get harder after this one. Ah. Wow. Okay. Alright. Oh. Cool. Oh, it's not over. Is it? Wait. What's the matter? Out of breath? Guess not. Okay. Realize the patterns are all beatable. Oh! How about now? Oh, this one doesn't give up. Oh. And that's a wrap. Now that was a legit boss battle. Now I'm impressed. Wow. Typically when it comes to boss battles and fighting games, you typically have a character like Goro or Shao Kahn from the original Mortal Kombat games, essentially doing the same 2 or 3 attacks. And essentially once you figure out that you just jump or block most of them and immediately attack afterwards, you just keep spamming that over and over again. Here though, that boss battle was a lot more interesting because it actually challenged me to move around, and there were stages, right? There were stages of that boss battle. I had to keep yeah, that's some interesting things with boss battles. Yeah, I mean, not even I don't even think even Skullgirls had this. You had her name is Mary or Maria from Skullgirls. Her boss battle was essentially just, you know, similar to Goro and Shao Kahn from Mortal Kombat. That kind of boss battle where essentially you just have to deal with a few attacks here and there, and then just kind of whittle down that giant health bar until you win. But for this one, though, I mean, it's kind of that way, except it happens in stages. The attacks, this is what? The poison attack, the tail whipping, and then jumping off screen, and then doing that aerial dive attack. Then you had, that long-reaching bite. That's what, 4 already? And on top of that, you had to deal with the wolf as well on that second stage too. So I like that a lot. I was not prepared, but I like that a lot. Wow, I really have been at this all night. Sun's coming up. Yeah, probably should find my way back to the road. Still a whole lot of land and sea before I get to Rain City. No rest for the champion. Land and sea. Huh. If the tail attack is low, so you should crouch block it. Ah. Okay. That makes sense. So that's why the tail attack kept coming in 2 different directions. So that if I did crouch block, I would have to crouch block in the correct direction. I mean, there's also my way of doing it, which is just to jump over the tail attack completely. That also works too, but that's a little more tighter, as you don't jump at the right time, you just get hit over and over every time you get back up. But yeah, I like that. I'm gonna assume that they don't. This mode doesn't recycle boss battles though. Is that Madison again? Howdy, Cal. You're a pretty long ways from the prairie. Sure am, ma'am. I'm champion of the prairie, and I'm on a quest to stop the predators from coming back into Phono. Jumping also works, but yeah, you have to be way quicker on your hooves. Yeah. That's an okay story, but I can see you're new at this. Don't think the gate guards are gonna buy it. What do you mean, story? All I'm saying is you're gonna need a better excuse to get through these trying times. How about this? Reckon you boys up there have been working hard all day, yelling and screaming at passersby. How about a nice cold glass of milk to soothe your parched gullets? Huh? You really think that'll work? Count on it. Me and the girls just made a delivery using the same smarts. Sure, but where am I gonna get some milk? No need to fret, Cal. Betcha we could get content arrangement. Wait, I hope they're not gonna do what I think they're gonna do. Alright, what sort of arrangement? Tell you what, my traveling companions have been taking their sweet time over there in the saloon. I've got to stay here and mind the wagons, but all this standing around has worked me up a mighty appetite. Here's a bit of salt. Could you pop in there and buy me something decent to eat? None of that fancy mess, just some plain old country food. Just, you know the stuff. Got it. Be back in a jiffy. Thanks, son. I'll fetch you a fresh bottle while you're in there. I thought they're gonna go a different route, and never mind. Never mind. I really shouldn't have been thinking that way. I get the joke, but it makes no sense. There's any cards to understand where it comes from. I mean, you're right about that, but then again, though. You know, smarter people than me can, yeah. It is what it is. I'm just gonna, there's a lot of scribbles on the arrow painting north. I wonder if I can smash these trees. Nope. What about this? Nope. Welcome to the long tail winding in. Table for more. Oh, there's Velvet. Another cow. How nice. What can I get for you? Is that all Velvet? I guess not. I'd like to order some food, please. What you got? Well, aside from the usual drink choices, we do also serve food. Today's special is potato and fern kumla. Kumla? With a side of cranberry sauce. I forgot that all these quadrupedals are vegan. So, don't get me wrong, I've ate my fair share of vegan food, but that's new. Fern kumla? Anyways, the soup of the day is cream of oats chowder, but that's only for rain. Whenever there's a soup that has the name cream of whatever, cream of mushroom, cream of onion, what have you, it's essentially a really thick soup. Chowder, though, from what I know, chowders are soups that have seafood in it. Oysters, scallops, clams, stuff like that. So it's just weird. Yeah. Cream of oats chowder. That's a little redundant. Technically horses can eat meat, albeit only in small quantities. I've seen a cow eat a baby chick, but I've never seen a horse eat something like a squirrel or piece of beef. But oh, yeah, I believe that. I believe that though. Because even though herbivores technically don't eat meat, they're opportunistic carnivores, as I've learned. I'll definitely never trust a cow. I've got delicious moss and mushroom salad with vinaigrette dressing, northern specialty. Or if none of that suits your rustic taste, there's always grass. I know in Minecraft, whenever you're trying to feed cows, you would give them wheat. But in reality, the only two sources of food I know cows are fed on farms is either grass or corn. But wheat is something that I would assume that horses would eat along with hay. I see. What do you have in mind? Well, it's not for me. Getting it for a friend outside. Could you fix her up something more homey? Know any recipes from the prairie? Sure, I'm not insulted. I'll get you what most cows order. Here, take some. I don't know how to pronounce that. Pancakes, this is perfect. I'll get these to my friend quick as a week. Why did you just say that? Yes, pancakes. I bet you like that. Not to be rude to foreigners, but I had no way to pronounce that. I had no idea that's what that meant. Whoa, are those pancakes? They sure are. And I tell you, I was halfway tempted to gobble them up myself. As for grass, you can eat wet, corn, barn. aren't as healthy, or more antibiotics. Yeah. And I know that chickens also can eat something between. They can either eat corn, seeds, and insects. These are based on Normandy culture. Ah, okay. Normandy, if I remember correctly, is right next to Denmark. Or somewhere near Denmark. It's Denmark? No, I think I'm thinking about Norway. Am I thinking of Norway? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna stop talking because it's pretty clear I don't know what I'm talking about. Before I make someone mad. Thanks again. As promised, here's some of my finest. See what them boys think of that. Pleasure doing business with you. Good luck, calf. Be careful on the ice here. You'll slide around if you're not careful. Whee! Yes. Norway, Sweden's preparatory experience. Okay, so Normandy's somewhere else then. I was thinking of Norway. Oh. That, yeah. Nah, it's honestly sad because I used to do a lot of research into old culture and mythology, and I should know that. But to be fair though, it has been some number of years since I've been into that. Speaking of which, there used to be a comic that I read on, I think it was Taptastic or Tapastic, however you pronounce that website. But essentially, it was a comic made by someone who definitely lived in the Scandinavian region of Europe and often liked to do that personification of different nations. So you would have Sweden represented as a person, Norway, Denmark, Finland, etc. Right? Of course, the States would be represented as some blonde bimbo. But that's besides the point. And it was always interesting to learn more about other cultures in that region, especially from someone who actually lived there. So, I haven't checked that comic in a long while, but I hope that artist is still running that comic. Be nice to go back to reading that. Joyous occasion. As I draw breath, the weather certainly is crisp today. Such as it is, my good fellow. Yes, it is indeed. Certainly there have been many travelers who have come to our fair city of late. One cannot help but wonder why. Undoubtedly it is due to the decree. Likely it is so, or wherefore our... Hark, someone approacheth from the... What? I don't understand. They were speaking modern English, and then now they're turning Shakespearean all of a sudden. Hark, someone approacheth from the south. Howdy up there. Oh, is that milk I spy? Cow with milk? Nonsense. That's not how it works. This is stuff of legend. Ah, okay. Let's see, how that lady put it. Hey, must be hard work up there. What with all the screaming at folks and such? Yeah. How's about a nice cold drink to part your... Wait, no. Quench your gullets. The gullet's rather in need of quenching. One child was very noble for his arms. Yeah. If I remember correctly, the what was it? It was either the Wii or the Wii U that the latest Punch-Out title was released. And you definitely had, there was one particular character that was from the Middle East that I was impressed to see. I know that rhythm games, specifically published from Nintendo, like what's it called? Rhythm Heaven, right? That's right, Rhythm Heaven. Also featured a lot of characters I normally don't see from certain nations. One of the protagonists from that game is I think she's from the Philippines, and Philippines is I don't normally see a whole lot of content creators from that location. But I know, I think her name is Aki Dearest, or some other name. She was dating Mr. Anime or Anime Guy. Man, it's been many years. But essentially, she was the only Philippine person I've ever known. Which is kind of sad, really, because here in the States, we like to pride ourselves in having diversity. But yeah, I mean, I guess we just don't have members from every single nation around the world. Yes, 'tis hard work, up here all day, issuing edicts from on high. Very well, cow. We shall accept your magic viscous quenching fluid. In exchange, we grant you passage through the gate. So long as you promise not to eat anyone. Eat anyone? Oh, on my honor. Promise I won't make trouble for y'all, sirs. Philippines like the third biggest immigrant workforce behind India and China. Yeah, you would think that would be weird for someone like me to not see many people like that, because I met a lot more people from India and China than from the Philippines. I understand that the Philippines is a smaller nation compared to those two, but still. There are, well, China's not southeast, not in the southeast region of Asia, but the Philippines and India are. But it is nice to see a lot of people, or a lot more people from India. Had quite a lot of co-workers and classmates from India. Then we must sally forth. The winter sprite will come and collect the offering for us. Open the gate. Open the gate. What are those things? What? Oh, howdy there, little. Well, okay then. Welcome to rain. Please wipe your hooves before proceeding into the city and do not eat the shrubbery. It is ornamental, not a free snack. Any brawls or disorderly conduct will result in expulsion from the city and heavy salt fines. Have a nice visit. Please leave soon. What? That's a little passive aggressive. Howdy, can I get some directions? I already gave you directions, but if you insist, I can repeat them. Wait, hold on. Stop, I Alright then. That's funny. Hi there, can I ask you a question? Why, certainly, darling. You know how to get to the Rain Museum? Of course I do. Are you serious? Can you tell me how to get to the museum then? I absolutely can. Are you serious? Consider China as a single country, but in reality has many semi-autonomous regions. It's also like as if the Roman Empire still exists today. Your culture is by one dominant region. Yeah, I know a YouTuber that constantly explains that fact. His name is Ramsey Dewey, and he lives in Shanghai, China. And yeah, I mean, he gets questions a lot about what's it like to live in China, and he often explains that China's a really big place with a lot of different types of people from different regions of that area. And while I personally have never been to China, I know I've had an instructor in grad school bring one of his, I want to say his friends, but one of his colleagues from China, who basically gave a virtual tour of what it's like to be in a particular Chinese town, and more or less what the schools are like there. But yeah, no, yeah, China's a big place with a lot of different people. You know, the more I just realized that in that respect, China kind of beats the States in that too. But well, I wouldn't say beats, but more like matches, you know. Who knows, maybe one day every nation will have a huge diversity of people from all over parts of the world. And it just won't be the States that are the exception. Or China either. Excuse me, could I? Sorry, I'm busy. Busy with what, if you don't mind me asking? Standing here? And yes, I do mind. I love you more. No, I love you more. No, I love you more. I love you more. They seem busy. Suppose I shouldn't interrupt them. I'm so glad that stuff doesn't exist anymore after high school. Ah, here's that lady I can buy stuff from. Howdy, miss. Can I ask you a question? Hello there. I'm afraid we're not officially open until tomorrow. Still restocking after an abroad sales tour. But you're simply dying to part with your salt in exchange for my phone famous fabulous fashion. I'll do business anytime you like. I may be of assistance. Actually, I'm looking for the museum. Oh, are you a tourist? I know a few good guides who could show you around town. Sure, that'd be mighty helpful. Hourly rates usually run about 3,500 salt. I want to take that as a no then. Well, I think it'd be fun to pick up a souvenir, but I'm not sure I'm carrying enough. Yeah, I know, I'll be the judge of that. Let me see what you have. That's a decent start, I guess. Maybe you like a piece of coal? If you squeeze it really hard, it'll become a diamond someday. Alright, I get the picture. Look, I'm certainly willing to negotiate, but you gotta give me something to work with, dear. Maybe you could waitress at the local tavern for a while. You're cute enough. Oh, I appreciate the compliment, but I'm more into the fighting type. Well then, go patch some rocks or whatever. That's all I ain't gonna mind itself. This city really gives me some Undertale Snowden vibes. Maybe this way. Bunch of bonus stuff in the houses at the south. If you're not careful, you could easily spend an extra hour there. Well, I got plenty of time, so I might as well. What the? For all I know, they could be saying a bunch of racial slurs. Howdy, little fellers. Could you tell me where to find a museum? Puppies. Where my Pippi's gone, say. That's an accent, right? It is. Puppies. Oh, where have me puppies gone, say. Excuse me, miss. Did you see a pack of wee puppies pass by chasing some fairies? Alright, she's from the UK, Palm. But do you happen to know which way they went? Confused cow noises. Oh, puppies. Where are you, Gante? Huh? One of them little fellas must have dropped this. Better take it with me just in case I see him again. Wouldn't want to get lost. Whatever it is. She's based on Scottish. Okay. Scotland. I don't know why I keep bringing up these other content creators, but yeah, why not? Give them a shout out, you know? If I remember correctly, Big Moody 06, he's a YouTuber. I think he streams now, but his YouTuber I watched for good 2 or 3 years, and I'm sure he's also from Scotland. And I learned a few Scottish terms from him. I think it's scran or scram. I'm pretty sure it's scran. It means food. And boom bread or bedroom, something like that. It means someone's dead. Oh man, I just enjoyed listening to him though, for his vocabulary. My, they're letting just anybody into the city these days. Hey there, mind if I ask you a question? You know how I can get to the museum from here? I've been looking for it, but nobody will give me directions. It's starting to get annoying, to tell you the truth. Half of them cut me off, half of them ignore me. So, which way is it then? Ma'am? Oh, sorry, did you say something? You know what? Forget it. The original script was based on New Zealand, but they couldn't find a voice actor with the New Zealand accent to Scotland. Ah, okay. Yeah, New Zealanders, definitely. Radical Soda. He's from New Zealand. I don't think I know anybody else from New Zealand though. But I know that, what's his name? G-Man Lives is from Australia. Dave's not here, man. Who's Dave? Can I go inside? Please? No. Dave's not here, man. Okay. Is this a graphical bug? Yeah, I think so. Can't interact with it. Weird. It's weird, really. As much as I watched YouTube for a good part of my life, I don't seem to watch hardly anybody alone, let alone hardly anybody nowadays. But those content creators I used to watch, they all had one thing in common, and that was the fact that they were in some part of the world I was not. Whether it be in Europe, Asia, Oceania, or even Canada. Oh, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for hours. I almost thought you weren't coming. Did you bring it? And the maple syrup? Or maybe I'm gonna try it with honey instead. I've still got some in the cupboard, I think. Oh dear, I'm so nervous. How do we go about it then? You want to just like jump straight into it, or do you want to, bruh? Like, I don't know. I know this is a joke, but still, it's a little too on the nose. Did I say something wrong, or were you thinking maybe with mayo instead? No. All right. Okay. I guess we could just skip the toppings. So, on the table then? Can I go back inside? I ain't going in here again. Alright, never mind. I can't just take stuff from other people's homes. That's lame. Can't even break their stuff. Wait, can I? Oh, I can! Nice! Is that it? Yeah, that's all I can destroy. Okay. We're looking for the upstairs couple. The entrance is in the back. And could you please tell them to tone it down a little? They're keeping me up at night. Inky dear, yeah. Yeah. I mean... Never mind. No, I'm not that kind of person to make lewd jokes. You finally got here. I thought I had to go look at myself. Keep hearing strange noises coming from the basement. You can get in from the door to the back of the house. There's a key. Please do something quick. We can't sleep with all the noise. It's weird how these guys are just trusting a complete stranger to fix their problems. There it is again. You heard it, didn't you? It's been like that for weeks, coming from the basement. We don't dare to go look. Watch it be like a mouse or something. Excuse me, this is private property. Guess your kind always make it a habit of barging in on people's homes. You know that's what locks are for, right? If you don't want people going inside your homes, you just lock the door. It's a picture of a boat to the north, houses to the east. And yep, there's the gate to the south. Huh? What's the weird door here? This must be the basement that deer was talking about. Gonna use that key she gave me? Open her up. That'll do it. Let's go. Onto the Undercity. What if I stumbled into? Not this stuff again. Maybe I can just push through it? Guess not. But for stomping it's supposed to solve everything. What the? Alright now, what's going on? Mess up. Figured as much. Y'all messed with the wrong cow. Oh no. No, they're learning. Oh, seriously? No, please. Okay, I gotta stop messing around. Okay, cool. Okay, I really need to start taking this seriously. I was trying to stomp them. Nice. Cool. Fun fact, these stages were once selectable as a stage. After an update, so they gave access to them in this stage select menu. Lots of weird animation errors happened in them. If we patched them out the next update. Ah, okay. That's funny. Ah, man. Hold up. Pyro Brony, thank you for the follow. Just give me a second. I gotta take care of something. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, Pyro Brony, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. I Oh man, I'm not prepared for this difficulty spike. I wonder what those weird animations look like though. Seriously? Oh, what? I jumped over it. Oh no, I'm gonna die. And I'm dead. Okay. That's my fault. I wasn't taking it seriously. I guess while I'm doing this, I might as well check her moveset, because the only one I know is Headbutt, Stomp. Let's determine range. Oh, it's just literally down, down. Let's see. Lasso. Well, yeah, the magic attacks need magic meter, and for some reason I'm not able to use magic while I'm doing story mode. At least not yet. Rebound is quarter circle away as trample hits. Okay. Wow, she's really simple to learn. Well, as far as special attacks go, magic is a different case. Give me some health back. There we go. Game match if I catch you opponent with lasso. Spin in. Post match. Oh, okay. I thought. Okay. So lasso doesn't use up any magic, and that's how you get magic. Okay. Oh, nice. I was able to stop them. Oops. Oh, that makes things so much easier. Whoa. Okay. Alright, yeah. Let me take a look at her move list then. Never mind. I guess I gotta do it while I'm fighting. Alright, let's take a look. Lasso. Gains 1 magic, okay. Low, hard knockdown. Ground bounces, anti-air. Oh, so she can lasso enemies from the air. Okay. Magic headbutt. She's armored. Magic stomp. Blockable. Counter and magic dash. Okay. Whoops. There we go. Got some health. Oh. Okay, that's some help out. Alright. Whoops. Crossed myself up. Okay, I see. I have to leave. Have fun. Practice makes for. Check out the mirror comment button. Oh, okay. Take it easy, easy handling. Thank you for spending time here. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you again, talking again. Take it easy. And yeah, thanks for everything. Nice. Oh, nice. Huh, this looks pretty old. Wonder what it's doing down here. Whoa, that's new. Oh. Cool. What are those? Oh, those are lassos. Huh, weird. Oh. Nice. Okay, can't. That doesn't work on cobwebs. What in Pastor's Grayson is that? These carvings are all predators, all over it. Just what is this thing doing under rain? This could be bad. Did I do that? It's a... Okay, I just got one question for y'all. Who's first? Nice. Nice. Okay, cool. Oh. That's a command grab. So I have to do all that over again. Seriously, what are these lassos for? Let's go at it again. Whoops. Resets for days. Nice. Really? Okay, that's enough of that. Nice. Like my pa always says, when you're fixing for a brawl, you know who to call. Ancesturian Gallia. Is it over? Thing looks totally done now. There goes all that deer, it's all taken care of. Victory, what if this thing could open again? It could open anytime. But can't wait around for it. Gotta get to the next clue. Looks like this door leads upstairs. Is it shaking? Let's see here. Yeah, probably shouldn't be here. Nice. Sorry, the inn is closed until after dusk. Don't leave the troughs outside overnight, I tell them. But did they ever listen? At least I didn't get my tongue stuck this time. Excuse me, could I, what do you want? No, never mind. Maybe if I ignore her, she'll go away. Sorry, but you can't go this way. You're just not floofy enough. Wow. Alright. There's a picture of a really big building to the... Looks like houses to the east, that big gate to the west. Sorry, can't go this way. There was a brawl earlier between Belva and Vixen. Damage is still being repaired. District 7 now. This was an ice skating zone just this morning. Why did it suddenly melt? Guess at least I'm on this side and not trapped on the islet in the middle. Why is the lake not frozen? Can't skate on cold water. I can't believe he's out today. Isn't he scrumptious? What? He's so gorgeous. Those muscles. Wow, I've never seen such thick actors. Should I ask him to marry me? I think he glanced at me. Hello, little cow. I am Strong Hoof Strong. You're all of Rain City. Okay. Really? You know about the predators? Indeed I do. Had I not banished so many of the vile shades with my own hooves, I would no sooner call myself a Hoof Strong. How many predators have you defeated, little cow? How tough are you? Ah, this is good. Your muscles ripple with conviction. Your spirit sings with valor. Golly. Here, a token from me. Mark a true warrior. Wear it with pride. Why, thank you, mister. Okay. Oops. Nature lies in the heart of cattle. fat, no cow. Plus 8 spaghetti. But they're slapping the dish ads. Nah, I'll keep the iguana. Wanna buy a souvenir? I've got Vixen plushes and Velvet plushes. Also got Blitzen action figures with real rear kick action. Maybe you'd like to buy a map, find out how to get to the museum. Only 38,500 soul. Jeep just passed by, facing a pack of things. They'll let anybody into the city these days. No wonder everything's going to butt floof. Next thing you know, we'll have horses and cattle wandering. Oh. Oh darn. Hello, welcome to the Hoof and Floof Inn. We're open. Feel free to come in. We serve food until late if you're feeling peckish. We've also got open rooms if you'd like to stay the night for a modest fee. How many people in here this time of the day? Usually full to capacity at night, though. Terribly sorry, but only registered guests are allowed on the second floor. Would you like to register? It's only 24,000 salt a night. Oh, that's a mite too much for my budget. As the actress said to the bishop. Then what happened? Where is she? Lunch hour is almost over. Okay. It's not done yet. I've been waiting for a whole 5 minutes. Well, that's a large salad for 2, extra maple syrup, no croutons, no mayo. Wrap it up to go, please. I've got a blind date waiting for me. You should have seen it. There was a cow going around talking to everyone. I swear there was. It is great. Milk the color. No idea what it's made of, but it's lip smacking great. Huh. Can't go in there. How much salt do I have? It won't tell me. Okay. Oops. There we go. Hello there. Are you an Elite 7 fan too? What am I saying? Of course you are. How can you not be? What now? The Elite 7. How can you not know about the Elite 7? Oh wait, maybe you knew them, but they were still the Elite 6. Nope. Ain't ringing a bell, man. How long have you been living under? Elite 7 are the most awesome, the coolest, the fluffiest reindeer there are. Makes them so elite. That's the best part, nobody knows. Each once in a while, the winter sprites will pick a reindeer to join Elite. It's at the time before last, when they chose 2 reindeer. Well, that was sort of expected, considering they picked Dasher and Dancer, since they are twins. Okay. Maybe I should start from the beginning. Extreme detail. Right, so, the first Elite was Blitzen. And after that, they picked Donner. I get the joke. And then they picked Donner. After it was Prancer, then Comet, then Dasher, and Dancer, or twins. And lastly, just last year, Vixen was picked. Blitzen was picked a long time ago. Vixen weeks and months and years and whatever comes after years. Hours? Anyways, he's the handsomest of them all. And he's also the first Elite, so he's the best. Say so himself. And says he's the best. It has to be the truth. Blitzen was the elite reindeer on his own for a long time. It must have been 2 whole years. He was still a young buck. He's not got a handsome stack like he is now. Sheesh, is he awesome. Is he handsome? That ought to be illegal. Everybody thought he'd be the only one elite back then. But they were wrong. After 2 years, Donner joined him, and there were 2. Donner was older than Blitzen was when he first joined the elite. So then, everybody knew that age was not how you get picked for the elite. Even before Donner's first winter as part of the elite, Prancer joined as well. That was when the Winter Sprites built the elite HQ here, all in one night. It wasn't there when everybody went to sleep, and poof, next morning, new shiny building, like magic. Golly, magic, you say? Can you imagine too? Watch me disappear from here. Oh, that's funny. Of course, like magic, everybody knows that the Winter Sprites are oh wait, never mind. We're not allowed to discuss top secret, awesome reindeer stuff that'll make you die of jealousy with. Horses? You're a horse, right? Anyways, Comet was the 4th one to join. He is, of course, the best. As such, he can do no wrong. I've heard rumors that he and Vixen are an item. Those rumors are totally wrong because Vixen is totally in love with me, but she doesn't know it yet. Where was I? Oh, right. So after Comet came a really big surprise. I'm surprised I'm still talking to you. A big surprise. For the first time since ever, 2 reindeer were picked for elite at the same time. But of course they were, because they were twins. Dasher and his sister Dancer. They were so young when they were picked, you wouldn't believe how young they were. Very young. And then finally the best thing that could possibly ever happen, happened. The story ended? I think I'm starting to catch the crazy. Let's go. No, you silly. Mama? Seriously, the heck is you? Vixen was picked, and of course she was. She's just the best. Absolutely the best. She's gorgeous and pretty, and she's got legs for days, and I could just get lost in her floof, and I bet she smells like cinnamon then. Oh, I'm sorry, where was I? Alright, Vixen. She was just picked just last year. And they all got picked. I'm picking right now. Nobody knows exactly why a reindeer is picked to be part of the elite, except of course it has to be, because they're just the best there is. Sure, let's just go with that. Hush, interrupt, you chatty thing. Anyways, where was I? Alright. Because they're the best, of course. And because they are the best, then Winter Sprites pamper them and take care of them extra nice. And then of course there is also the mysterious mystery and the missing week. Everybody knows that. Huh? Alright, look at the time, I need to go. Each year, precisely in the middle of winter, there is 1 week in which the Elite 7 go missing. And by go missing, I mean they're totally in a mysterious secret mission to save the world that nobody knows about. The mission, not the world. Obviously everybody knows about the world. Go on. It's so mysterious and secret, how'd you know about it? I should say that. And then of course that's pretty much it, really. They're the best. Are they just the best? Oh man. It's also been a whole year and change since Vixen was picked, so everybody's expecting someone else will be picked soon. Some people think that Velvet will be picked, because of course Velvet will be picked. How could Miss High and Mighty not be picked? Those people are crazy. Crazy, I say. They couldn't pick Velvet at all. Everybody knows that Velvet and Vixen can't stand each other. If Velvet was the best she claims to be, then she couldn't hate someone as perfect as Vixen. Vixen couldn't hate her either. Wait, now that I think about it. But they're totally in a secret relationship, and all mean stuff they say about each other is just to hide it. What? I'm so lost now. Nah, that's crazy. Some other people who are also crazy even think that Rupert or Ronald, or what's his name, with the big red honker, will get picked. Rudolph. But he won't. They're crazy if they think he will. He's just not the best at all. Anyways, personally, my bet is on Cupid. This makes sense that it would be Cupid, doesn't it? He's just so Cupid. But anyways, I don't talk. You sure are a chatty, whatever it is you are. The Elite Seven might come out and we miss seeing them with all this prattle. Go on, find your own stall. Got a place. This is my spot. Direct line of sight to the bathroom window. Oh, and have this. So you actually get rewarded for listening to all that. Nice. Cool. This is Elite Ranger HQ and home to Blitzen, Donner, Prancer, Comet, Dasher, Dancer, and Vixen. No visitors allowed without prior appointment. I think I just saw Dancer on the second floor window. Or was it Dasher? Bet you a really big building to the north. Every time I get a glimpse of Blitzen. He's so dreamy. Was that a sheep chasing some winter sprites that just went by? No, those look too small to be sheep. Dick. Dick. What? Is that a sheep? Oh. Man. It's the General Reindeer Assembly Building. Reindeer only. Alright, can't talk right now. I'm waiting for somebody. Told me to meet them by the statue. Sorry, can't stop to talk. I've got places to be. Sorry, I cannot talk right now. I'm waiting for someone, and they're already late. Told them to meet me by the statue. Okay. Oh, a cow? That makes 4 new things I've seen today. I wouldn't go that way if I were you. Huh? Why not? I just wouldn't. If you say so. Oh hey, it's you guys. I wanted to tell you, I've got your... Well, there goes that. I tried to warn you. Actually, I better not, just in case. Man, there are so many NPCs to talk to. That one citizen, though. Finally, seems I found the right place. Oh, thanks to these snooty footballs. Now let's give me a clue. National Rain Museum. Sorry, the Reindeer Elite exhibit is closed until further notice due to vandalism from unknown parties. Welcome to the National Rain Museum. Entrance is free on all days except the ones when it's not. What? Hey, a guest book. But there's no ink for nose prints. Oh, the owl thing has been sitting around here for years. You don't seem to be from around here, so why don't you take it with you? Just tell everyone you got it from us, and we're even. Who knows, maybe they'll become popular. Welcome to the National Rain Museum Gift Shop. We accept salt only. Sorry, only museum employees are allowed behind the desk. Someday. Feel free to browse and read anything. Just don't take the books out of the museum, please. I remember when I was in, or taking rather, some summer courses back in college. The campus library, or one of the campuses I went to anyways, had some books that had that same rule where essentially you can read them, but you can't actually take them out, check them out like you would with any other library book. So, it was weird. Looks like a book's missing. That's one big dud bush there. Hello and welcome. Please don't touch the exhibits. This is a list of thousands of names. Nobody's been able to decipher its purpose. The only thing we know about it is its title, Backers. Nice. Huh, looks like someone dropped a book. Shelves are full though. What should I do? Let's find someone to give this to. That is an ancient vulva statue. Ancient reindeer believe praying in the shrine of a statue like this to transport you to other worlds full of dangers and riches. Hello there, please don't touch the exhibits. That's a reproduction of the original Rain Constitution. It says, "Floof, I hold to be self-evident, that not all are created equal," and so on. That's just a cafeteria menu, actually. Not sure how it ended up there. I'm so hungry. Whoso pulleth out the swordeth of the stoneth is right by his owner of the really neat stone. We don't let anybody try anymore though. Not since Velvet a while back. 18 wounded and 5 with rough loose. That's a really big sword, but it has no rocks, so we pushed it out to the side. Those are ancient documents. They're written in a dead language, though. Absolutely no clue what they say. But they look nice in the exhibit, so... Is this, allowed? Kinda reminds me of Paul. Sure does love his contemplating time. Golly, I'm starting to feel homesick. Better move on. Scrolls and books. Don't they have anything cooler here? Boring. Hey, this one's got pictures. Pretty old though. Can't tell what's happening. Skull of some long-dead critter. Oh, they got one of these stones here. Does it look like it's working though? Jumping jackrabbits, that's huge. And it's covered in pictures. It would be what I came here for. Little mask. Wonder what kind of creature it is. That's just an apple. Smells a bit of a ripe. Is this what they call art these days? Oh, did somebody forget their lunch? Well, at least it's not a banana. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is a reference to that one artwork that some years ago, at this point I think it's 3 years ago now, there was a lot of fuss over it. Essentially, some artists decided to just simply tape a banana to a wall and submit that as an artwork. And that got so much attention, mostly because someone actually bought that banana. Haven't I seen this somewhere before? Can't be that hard to find. Pretty pots. Wish we decorated ours like this. Kind of depressing colors though. These look like they'll crumble to dust in any second. Nope, it's gone. Achoo! Uh-oh. Jesus. I should probably steer clear of this one. Reminds me of bread for some reason. Oh, Van Gogh's Starry Night? Okay. I don't know how that relates to bread, but alright. What's with the tiny lizards? This one's a reindeer eating a rather large apple. Looks tasty. This painting's older than it's ever been. Now it's even older. Now it's even older. Looks like a happy reindeer. Wonder if these paintings are all linked to some bigger clue, like a hidden secret put here long ago by a powerful wizard. Really hope not, because I ain't seen it so far. That just looks like an antler on a frame. Drawing of a cute sheep. Looks like she was partially sheared. That's just plain unsettling. We're sorry, the Velvet is Great exhibit beyond this room is temporarily closed. Somebody vandalized the paintings right after Vixen came to see it early this morning. That one's on loan from the TC private collection. Someone stole the painting we had there before. Wait, where is that painting? Looks like just an empty frame. Expect the artifact and advance the story. Did I really do everything I wanted to do? No, I didn't. I didn't return that book. Excuse me, I found this book upstairs. I think somebody misplaced it. Oh, let me take a look at it. Do the Telluric alpaca hermeneutics transpose the peripatetic lautretics of Unicornian philosophy because of the factic iniquity of the non-dogmatic Amarillion dialogues by L. Luthier. Yes, I think this one goes in the back row, middle shelf. Would it be a deer and place it for me? Sure, I can do that. An empty space on the shelf. Good. So your door's open. Bro, seriously, what is it with these dungeons? Nada. Nada. That's strange.
Not a scratch. Giddy up.
Hey, what's this? This plush is pretty darn adorable. For a ranger, I guess. I'm gonna take it with me. Better than it sitting here collecting dust. Alright. Seriously, what is with this soundtrack? I understand it's supposed to be an empty place. Secret place too, but it's like you're not supposed to be there or something. Alright, I think it's about time we moved on. Despite the artifact in the message story? Yep. Alright, let's see now. That symbol's everywhere. That's important. What else we got here? Wait a minute. That's the key. Gotta be. Looks like I hit the jackpot. The stone is crawling with clues. What the hey is that? She's an Oryx. Wouldn't you agree? Fascinating, isn't it? I've been staring at this artifact for days. Simply days. Done some research myself, and I believe it originates from the southern regions of the High Plains. What has your research yielded, if I may ask? Oh, well, actually. Oh, right on time. Thank you, my little darlings. Ah, pumpkin spice, not plebeian. What do you think I am? An uncivilized white-tailed deer? Take it back. Much prefers the gingerbread. Again, they could just be cussing me out, and I would have no idea. Oh, yeah, you dropped this. Here you go, little buddy. That will do, I guess. Oh dear. Good vintage sprites are so hard to find these days. You find so as well? Well, ma'am, we don't have vintage sprites where I come from. No? So who styles your floof? Who brings your oats? Who carries you from place to place? Carries? What? Myself, I reckon. So he's... Oh, so... You seem like a fine, upstanding cow. That brings you to the glorious city of rain, darling. Well, I probably wouldn't approve of me telling those city folk. You seem trustworthy. Yes. You know that decree that came from the Council of Ungalects? Yes. This may seem hard to believe, but I'm champion of the prairie. Oh, really? Well then. I'm champion of the tundra. The greatest fighter in all of rain. The greatest everything, actually, but I digress. On guard. Wait a sec. Alright, on guard. Wait, excuse me, Miss Velvet. Would you please settle this outside? And away from all the priceless historical artifacts. Yes, of course, everyone in Rain must witness the cow's utter defeat against Bonner's true champion. Did they really make a pun? Okay, Miss Fancy Pants, you asked for it. That's cute. Shall we dance? What was all that about? Sick cows under defeat again. No, I will not be bested by some beastly bovine. Time to get serious.
Just you wait.
That's it. You rubbed the zero fluff today.
Witness my splendor!
What is that? What is she doing? I'm supposed to fight her like this?
Before the Ice Queen!
Oh, that's so annoying. Ooh, silly cow. Alright, let's try it again. How'd that miss? Really? That's so annoying. Okay. So that projectile, when she's throwing it out from the top like that, it actually acts as an overhead. Oh, I didn't realize she was gonna roll into me. Yeah. can do this.
You little. Dang it.
Whoops. Really? That's so annoying. Doesn't matter, I got chipped out. Let me do something. Let me do that. I just changed the setting on my stick so that I can have some more, hopefully, precise movements. Because for some reason I'm not able to just forward dash and back dash easily. That's not what I wanted to do. on, man. I'm not trying to crouch.
Before the Ice Queen!
So annoying.
Excuse you!
Really?
Hurry! Come here! Dang it! Dang it! Dang it! Get it! Y'all in for a wild rodeo!
So annoying, man.
Before the Ice Queen! Dang it! Gotcha!
Oh, this is so hard.
before the Ice Queen! Witness my splendor! Bow before the Ice Queen! Just you wait.
Nice. Nice. Ain't nothing to it. How could a simple country bumpkin defeat me? Oh man, she looks wrecked. This is the strongest, the most beautiful, the most charming, the most skilled. Oh hush up, you. Like my pa always says, pride goeth before a highly weapon. Pride, how dare you? The most humble, the most modest, the most Good brains, you snooty old moose. So the high plains, huh? There's my next clue. Hey, anyone know how to get to the high plains? Here, take my cruise ticket. Down at the docks, you'll find the RSS Donner Prancer. They'll sail you to the highlands. Wow, thanks, mister. How are you one? Really, that's not necessary. Well, ain't that something? Y'all city folk ain't so bad after all. I won't forget this. By strong hoof's beard, I thought she'd never leave. Alright, this is as far as I can get you, miss. Here, you're on your own. What? As far as I can get you? What are you trying to pull? There ain't nothing here. You said you were going to the highlands. But this is the highlands. They don't call it that for their accessibility to boats, now do they? It's a harsh land, true, but buried deep in the rock lies treasure beyond compare. So the stories go, at least. If that's what you're after, the alpacas here make great guides. I'd recommend seeking out a local herd. So, you've been delivered, young miss. You need a ride back to civilization. The RSS Donner Prancer will be here loading cargo until tomorrow morning. Feels bad. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop here. I definitely did not plan the stream being as long as it is right now. And I do appreciate everyone that stopped by to watch the stream, you know, chat, and I hope that I was able to continue striving to be, hold on. Okay, let me say that again. I hope that I was pleasant, friendly this stream, and I definitely will be picking this up sometime soon, because this is fun. It's fun. I like this game a lot. I did not expect it to be as great as it is with its story mode anyways, so yeah. But don't worry, I'll be making sure to finish up Fable as well. We're getting towards the climax of the story in Fable, so look forward to that. But yeah, till next time, peace.